is big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Live at the Bike, first live broadcast of live action poker.
Wow, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Tonight we've actually got a no-limit. It's actually...
It was scheduled to be a 3 to 5,
but it looks like it's a $200 game, actually.
It's $200, right?
Apparently, it looks like the money on the table definitely $200 game, which means it's a restricted buy-in. You have to actually buy in for exactly $200. If you get knocked down to the felt, you can rebuy for $300.
Right. Well, anytime you're 100 or below, you can bring it to 300. So
right.
If you have 100, you can buy 200.
And oftentimes, right now, this game's actually just recently started, so there's not that much money on the table. But oftentimes, we'll see, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 on the table. Some people will have $1,500 in front of them.
Right.
And look at that in seat 7. We're going to do an intro, but in seat 7, quick little glance.
We got the man,
the myth, the legend. We've got Bart Hansen. Drinking a Pepsi. Feeling the vibe. Okay, well, let's do intros real quick.
Okay, in seat number 1, we have Morozan. Seat number 2 is, well, that says Fat Boy, but that is not Fat Boy.
Fat Boy's moved.
Fat Boy's moved. Seat number 3, we have Andrew. Seat 4, we have Keith. Cassandra's in seat 5. Jay is in seat 6. Okay, he's not in seat 6. The famous Bart in 7. There's Fat Boy, so maybe they changed. And Jeff in seat 9.
And there's Jeff.
Well, yeah, because it gets hot.
So in this $200 game, the blinds are $3, $5. $3 small blind, $5 big blind. The white chips, they're actually light blue, they look white, are $1 chips, and the yellows are $5 chips.
15?
And we get a raise out of seat 4 there. That's Keith's going to raise it up with Ace Jack offsuit. And he's going to get a call from Fat Boy with King 10. And a call out of seat 9, actually, who's not showing his cards. Let's go out there and slap him. Flop of Ace 5 Deuce here. So Keith's actually flopped top pair. And Jeff is not showing his cards here. We can only assume he maybe has a flush draw or maybe even a weaker ace because he is thinking about it. But he's going to let it go.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
And Bart's actually promised me tonight. For those of you guys who watched last night, we played the 30-60 limit game was here. And I actually jumped in the game afterwards.
You did?
I did. And then just to kind of liven it up, I actually raised in the blinds when I was in the cutoff seat. I kind of told myself, okay, if everybody folds it to me, I'm going to just raise blind in the cutoff seat. There was a couple of tight players who had the blinds, and I thought, hey, maybe I'll steal it, see what happens. Just wanted to spice it up a little.
Right.
And I guess Bart didn't see that I had raised blind and didn't mention it. But he was probably wondering why I was raising with 3-6 offsuit.
He must have given you a hard time.
He did. Well, I kind of felt like an idiot when I got called in 2 spots and then 3-bet by the big blind. I'm going, uh-oh, what am I doing in this hand?
Yeah.
And we get a raise out of seat 2 here. He's got ace-jack suited. And Mernzon is not going to play with him. Big Packers fan. And it's going to go down uncontested. But the 30 game was actually a pretty good game last night. I got in there. Had a couple of key pots afterwards. And that game's so big you can win 1 or 2 pots and win $500-$600 real easy.
Right. Yeah, that's what happened when we had the 6-12 game. It was so horrible, and I said I'm going to go out there and liven this game up. Yeah. So I went out there specifically, I guess, to play like an idiot, and saw Kenna on my way and said, "Kenna, come on, join it." And actually, people really enjoyed watching. Yeah, watching Kenna, I would imagine more so, but.
Where's the cake?
It's funny, sometimes when the game's really tight and really, really tight and not a great game, sometimes playing like, in quotes, an idiot, sometimes it works.
Yeah.
Because people kind of go, whoa, what is he doing?
Uh-huh. Well, especially if it's not your style and they know
Yeah,
your
exactly.
style. Yeah.
Okay, 5 players.
We've got clubs represented here. Queen, Jack, and 10-3 there. 5 players. And look at that. That's a pretty good flop. Look at the flop for Jack, Queen of clubs.
$10.
Seat 3 has flopped. Wow. Seat 3 has flopped a straight, the nut straight.
Straight flush draw.
Straight flush draw and a flush draw.
And a flush draw.
And it's a really
Well,
dangerous...
actually, he doesn't have a straight flush. And
it's a really dangerous flop for 10-3 because he's got the flush draw plus top pair.
yeah, the straight flush isn't getting there, as we can see. The 10 is already
Right, obviously.
used up there in C2.
But 10-3 is actually drawing dead. And Keith is going to raise it up here, and I like the raise. If the wrong card comes on the river, it's going to kill his action. And right now, Mernzon's still got a draw. So it's worth playing. Interestingly, I'm sorry, Keith is actually in there with the ass end of the straight. He's got king 6.
Right. I was kind of wondering about that.
Yeah.
Well, that would potentially be a jackpot if someone had the hand, but they don't. If
Wow.
someone had the 8 jack of hearts.
I'm shocked
Five
there.
nines.
Seat 3, Andrew checked it on the river. Now, he didn't have the nuts. I mean, there was a backdoor heart draw, and there was a pair of 9s. So
Right. Possible.
it wasn't the absolute nuts, but
Okay, thank you very much.
that's real passive.
Yeah. Well, we got a little bit of updates here on the seats. We did have Maruthan in the wrong seat. He's in 2.
Okay.
And then Raphael is the new player in seat 1.
Raphael in seat 1. Okay, cool.
Right, so they switched around a little bit.
Great.
This is so much more my speed than 30-60 limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really in a no-limit mode right now. I actually had, for those of you who watch at home, oftentimes, Gore plays the $500 no-limit game very often, and I'm good friends with him. And he was asking me the other day, because obviously we play limit and no-limit, sometimes, within minutes of each other right away.
Uh-huh.
And he said, how do you change gears so quickly? Sometimes it's really difficult.
Yeah.
Because there are plays that really can work in no limit that kill you in limit, and vice versa, obviously.
Right, yeah.
And sometimes it's difficult.
We have a limped pot here.
Yeah.
5 players.
Flop a king 5-7 there.
Angle it that way up against the wall.
Keith has actually flopped top pair, as well as Jay. Both have flopped top pair. Wow, I didn't actually...
Set of 5s, yeah. I missed that one for a second, too. She just flat called.
Oh, no, now it's going to hit my throat.
I like that. Thanks, Fat Boy.
And we do have seat 3 here. Andrew's got the straight draw, but he's going to let it go.
Get her off.
And,
It's way too hot.
Seat 2 only hit a pair of 7s there.
yeah, a pair of 7s.
Keep it on. Check you, Blair.
And 5s are really not in danger here at all. I mean, there's
A
no
little
real
bit.
draw.
Yeah, David, you're missing the right side of the screen.
Oh, thank
we
you.
have the spade draw.
There we go. He did pick up the spade draw.
Yeah, it's been raised.
I ignore the right side of the screen.
It's hard to see that side, yeah. And she'll put in a raise here.
And again.
And a good raise.
She's saying again and again and again. It looks like $80. Let's see what.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's on a tough decision here.
Well, yeah. Well, now
top
he's
pair
picked up
spade draw.
top pair of the spade draw. He figured he doesn't think, does she have a straight? Does she have a set? Or does she have a bigger king than me?
I think he's going to move in.
125.
Now, obviously, we see that he's in pretty bad shape here.
Yes.
He doesn't even have the full 9 outs because he doesn't
can't.
know, obviously, that the 5 of spades wasn't out there.
And
It wouldn't be an
yeah,
out.
I can't pair the boards.
Right.
I brought
Right.
it out here just for that. Oh, yeah? Just to have it on. It gets hot. 125.
He's thinking about it here. The pot is about... Get a close with the pot there. See what he's thinking about here.
He's thinking $125. Should I do it?
Right, 125. Now the pot, quick little Rain Man thing here. I can see the pot's about $100.
Plus we have 150 of betting there, so it's $250.
Yeah, 250, 125 to about 250. He's getting 2 to 1.
He's just calling us.
And he's going to call, wow. And it's an easy fold for Keith there.
Yeah.
He's got king. He's got a king also, but no, and the 3 is not going to help him. Fill her up, and she's going to win it. Wow. Is he going to lay it down now for the last $20?
It looks like he is.
No, he's going to pay. For the last 20, he's going to pay it.
One more, sir. 5's full.
Wow, 5's good today for you, huh? How many times? 3 times?
They're great. They flow.
Small blind, big blind, please.
And you always love that. You always love when you flop a set and 2 people flop top pair.
There, you want
Yeah.
the big?
It's always a nice thing.
Want that big? No, that's okay. Yes, sir.
Can't help it, you know?
God, that sugar Pepsi and a little chocolate cake. I'm going to be on a sugar high now.
Yeah, David down that. Woofed it down.
I got to
Right before
bounce
we
up
went
the
on the air.
walls here.
Oh. We have pocket queens. Or
Ladies here. Andrew's got ladies.
Yeah, and small blind. I only see he has $2 in the small blind. He's supposed to have 3. He's going to make it more than that, but
Raise it.
And seat 5, she's got ace 10 here. And she'd limited in an early position with ace 10.
Okay.
Am I in for anything? No? Okay.
3 players.
so it's 12 more to call.
I see. And
So
seat 9 is
17 each.
not showing his cards at all.
We'll get someone
We're
on
going to get
that
somebody
right
on that
away.
right away. And, that's an interesting flop for queens.
25.
It's one of those, well, I might be beat, but now I've got to draw at least. If I
Yeah.
am beat, I have got to
3
draw.
players.
Could be worse, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that probably makes her queen a little strong. That makes his queens a little stronger.
As soon as your cards on the window.
The likelihood of somebody having a
Uh-huh,
king
we have
is
Brian
even
right
less.
Okay. We have him over the window. We'll find out the cards.
And there we go. We've got a queen jack. So he's got the same draw, and the draw is not going to come. And ladies are going to hold up here.
Kings and queens.
Queen.
Yeah, they both.
Unbelievable.
Kings and queens. Kings and queens.
He had lost every card.
And we noticed here about Andra, I will say, he flopped the nut straight with a great flush draw as well. He's picked up a couple of big hands and hasn't really maximized the profit on them, I don't think.
Right, I agree.
Small blind.
In that kind of flop with a queen, jack 10, a king, jack 10 flop, and then a king on the turn, if somebody's got a king, you're going to hear from them.
That's right. That's right.
Nice one. For sure.
You didn't hear from him on the turn, and the river card was like
A
just
7,
a blank. Yeah. So,
At that
I mean,
point-
at the turn, okay, you might be afraid someone might have a king, you check, but by the river, you know I have the best hand.
Yeah, and you can put in a nice value bet there, especially with a king, jack 10. He might have gotten paid off by the jack.
Wow, another big hand.
Cowboys here from Rafael. Actually, pocket pairs everywhere here. But
But the 5's throw.
it's actually a pretty big raise. I think it was
It
a...
looks like $30. But we can see that the player in C2 doesn't have enough chips to make that call. He's not going to
Yeah.
get the implied odds on it if he hits.
Now, C3 folded 5s as well.
This is a pretty big flop here for the 2 of these hands. He didn't have him in chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he moves all
Let's
in
see.
on his
Just
flush
put your
draw.
hands over the cards real quick. No, I'm only saying what the floor man says. Just like this is perfect. Okay, just like that. That's why we signed the paper at the beginning. Just vertical. Perfect. Thank you very
We'll
much.
teach him how to do it. Yeah.
There we go.
He's got it. He needs a spade
And look at that. Now he needs
open
a
it.
9 or an ace, too. And it's not going to come. Wow.
Look at this, huh?
Monster draw.
Kings.
Flush draw, turn card.
And at this point, most of the people are up to speed on this Live at the Bike, but once in a while, we got to train a new one.
Uh-huh.
And once again, we are Live at the Bike. I am David Tuchman, and I'm here with Shirley Rosario. We are unscripted, unrehearsed, and unedited.
You do so much better at introducing than I do. At an introduction.
Do I?
Well, did you hear me at the beginning of the show? I totally choked. I don't know what the hell I'm saying.
I think it did fine.
I can sit here and talk about the hands, but put me in the spotlight. Oh, forget it.
Chips are here, sir. Right behind you. Raise and make it 20.
$20 raise here out of seat 8. Now, interesting here, Bart has ace-king.
He did not limp, did he?
He limped, actually.
Oh,
and
wow.
seat 8, who were trying to get
Fat Boy, he raised and
seat 8, and Fat Boy, yeah, actually, Bart did raise with ace-king in early position.
You know what I want like, right?
And then Fat Boy raised it with
it looked like he
Queen
called
Jack.
on me with 5 blues, but
King Jack there. And look at that. 3 players have the ace, and Fat Boy's got the gut shot here. He needs a queen.
well, this is a perfect flop for Bart here.
Oh, yeah.
He'll definitely get paid.
And he doesn't look for the check raise. He comes out and fires right away. He bets it right on the flop.
Well, we know he doesn't slow play.
Well, you know, if he started slow playing, we're going to rip him. So, now this is interesting here. He comes out and he bets a lot, too. I mean,
Well, let's see if his theory works here, because he always says there's no reason to slow play because the players will pay you off anyways.
Yeah. And I think in this case he might get right.
I think, yeah.
I mean, he's
But they flopped big.
I mean, look
top
at that,
pair,
though.
big kicker too.
Ace,
so.
queen, ace, queen, ace, king, and the case ace comes out. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better flop if you're ace king in this case.
What's the line?
Especially the only real threatened card. I mean, King Jack was not even a real threat there because they all need the queen to beat him. And remember, the pot was raised $20, so we've got about an $80 pot before the flop. And I think Bart's bet 60 into it. And he's going to get called in one spot and moved in another spot.
Well, that's kind of silly. I mean, why would you say I know I'm beat, but I'm still sticking all my chips in there?
Oh, I love players that that's great. And this is one of those times you look at ace king, and you go, oh man, I was calling all these spots. What do these guys have? You know, maybe somebody got 2 pair. You know, maybe somebody got. He doesn't realize what good shape he's in.
Yeah, look at the face he's making. The other thing about Bart is he's always worried about people making sets, I think, from what I've heard of him talking in here. So it's got to cross his mind.
Well, it was raised $20 for the flop, so you put everybody on a decent hand.
Oh, man.
He just doesn't realize what good shape he's in. He might put one of them on a spade draw.
Right.
Maybe one of them on 2 pair.
Mm-hmm.
And they're drawing to 2 outs. It's a tie. I mean, even runner spade won't work because he has the king of spades.
Oh, that's true. I missed that.
Yeah. I think Bart's got too much money in the pot to lay it down at this point, though. The pot was $80 pre-flop.
Right.
Now he put in 60. Player seat 1 put in 60. Another guy put in 60. So we're talking $260 in the pot plus that raise.
All in.
Yeah.
I mean, there's $260 in the pot. I think Bart's only got another $150.
You know what? The technicality of this.
Yeah, and Bart's going to go all in.
I don't think Bart can go all in. That player has to raise $60 since he has $60
you're
in front
right.
of him.
I don't think
You
so.
have to, it's not half or more. I mean, it's a full. He has to raise a full $60 or more in order for Bart to put a re-raise in.
Right, and no limit. You have to do a full raise.
It's hard to tell because of the depth of those chips.
Can we see seat 2's chips in front of seat 2?
For you, 175.
He has to have 60. He does not have $60.
Does not look like $60 there for sure. And look at this. This is a big laydown for ace queen. Raphael, hey, heads up for Raphael. He figured, I got to be beating one of these spots here. And sure enough, he is. Doesn't have 2 pair, but you're drawing.
Oh, Bart, show your hand.
Yeah,
okay, there he goes.
And Bart wins a big one with ace king.
If that was a deeper chip game.
Yeah, and Bart said it, and it's the truth there. Listen to him here for a second.
We'll let him commentate when he's not commentating.
Exactly. He lives for this.
He just can't stop, yeah.
He lives for it.
He was born to do this job.
I think he actually goes home and listens to the archives and listens to himself.
Probably.
Without a doubt. But as he was saying there, in a $200 buying game, until you're really deep with chips, and you have $800, $900 in front of you, there's really no other way to play that hand, especially once he put in $60. The pot's $260. He's got another $100 in front of him.
Yeah.
You know, if somebody did flop 2 pair, he knows he's drawing live.
Right.
If somebody has a set, well, then he's in real bad shape.
Yeah, you can't go anywhere.
But there's too much money in the pot for him to get away. Now, if he was in the unlimited 500 game, he's got $1,500, $2,000 in front of him.
Right.
Well, then he's really put to the test.
Now, that small technicality, if the dealer had called him on it, it might have got him to win a little bit more chips, you know?
Yeah.
If he wouldn't have been able to move all in, which he shouldn't have been able to, and only call that $50
Certainly
or whatever,
Seat 1 would have called.
he would have called, yeah.
Certainly. And had he known they both had the same hand, he wouldn't have minded.
Yeah.
Now, Cassandra's actually flopped the 3 jacks here, flopped trips. And Raphael's got 2 pair. And he's going to put a nice little tester bet out there and see if his 2 pairs any good. And I like the bet. I like to see where I'm at here.
I agree.
And look, and she's going to predictably smooth call.
Right.
And it's a predictable play.
Right.
Generally
So you
go,
have
okay.
to step back and say, okay.
Is there a draw out there? There is
yeah.
a draw. There's a 9-10. She could have a straight draw, but now it's pretty easy to see where she's at.
Yeah. Well, like you said, I mean, you put the filler bet out there, and once you get called,
Yeah.
I'm in trouble.
Any dirty looks? Let me have your dog on him.
And that's the only thing you can do. You got to really trust it. When you do put out that informational, feeler bet, you got to trust yourself and go, okay, that's what the bet was for. I got the information I wanted to. Okay, I'm done with it.
Okay, so put your computer to work.
Now, he actually put out like a $30 feeler bet. He could have probably thrown about $15 out there.
It looked like a 20 to me.
Was it 20? Okay.
It looked like 20.
Okay, that's actually a pretty good bet then. I don't think Cassandra's the type of person who bets and bluffs too much. I'm not sure, but I hate to stereotype people, but my first guess, I like to, sometimes you have to sit at a table and go, okay, what type of player is this person?
Right.
And being in tournaments especially, you've really got to get those quick evaluations. And looking at her, she bets when she's got it.
Yeah.
And until she bluffs, I'm going to assume she's got it every time she bets.
Right. Well, and you do hate to stereotype, but you really do have to do that because when they first sit down, you don't have that information of past hands and stuff like that. And
just like that.
The first thing that people realize when she walks up is she's a woman, which, and would tend to make you think, she's not going to be bluffing as much.
Right.
Unless she proves you otherwise, like you said.
Right.
Put me in the game, they'll all think that I can't bluff, and I'll soon prove otherwise. They'll catch on, I'm sure, real fast.
Yeah. Now, in a live game, it's interesting. I got a raise here out of seat 4. Seat 4's actually got ace-king, and nobody's going to call. And Keith takes it down. In a live game, sometimes I'll literally will not play. A la Maverick, who sits there for an hour and says he's going to lose for an hour. Sometimes I literally won't play for about, a round or two, just to get a feel for the table. Now, in a tournament, obviously, you don't have that luxury. You've got to really just jump in there. You can't wait. So you've got to come up with kind of clues to figure out what type of player this is. Some people have come up with ways like, how they stack their chips, if they're loose or tight.
Well, yeah,
Can they
some
shuffle their
examples
chips?
of that are in Mike Caro's book of tells if they have a sloppy stack and they play more recklessly and then they're tight and...
Without a doubt. I think you're... Until they prove you otherwise, you have to come up with some sort of way to evaluate them. Now this is a 6-handed, so we've got a $30 pot. You can do the math here. The big blind was $5. 8, 4, 3. A couple of spades out there. So Keith has got a spade draw,
20.
plus a couple of overcards. And it doesn't look like anybody's got a pair. No, actually, I'm sorry. Seat 1, Raphael's got middle pair. He's got a pair of 4s. And seat 9, Jeff here. It is Jeff, right?
Yes, Jeff.
Jeff's got queen deuce here.
Raise it.
And he's making a play. He's got nothing. No draw. No, nothing here. But he's going to make a play on it.
Well, that play might work if he had more chips.
Yeah. And now Keith's picked up a monster. Now he's got the open-ended straight plus the flush draw.
But the funny thing is the queen high is the best hand at the moment.
It is.
Yeah.
And if Keith does miss this, if Keith misses, he probably will fold in the river. Oh, wait.
Queen high.
Queen high's going to win.
Queen
Wow.
high good.
Queen high good.
You got to love that. You're going for a bluff, and
It works.
it worked. He didn't actually have to...
Now, one mistake I will say with Jeff's play there, I got to point that out. Now, he took down the pot with queen high. If you're going to bluff, because let's say you put the guy in a flush draw.
Right.
You've got to save yourself some chips to finish the bluff off.
Right.
Because he bluffed on the flop, which is
But
great.
he didn't have enough, David. What can he do? Bet 15, 15, 30?
Well, you know what? Even if he leaves himself with 10 on the river,
Uh-huh.
the other guy's not going to call it. Let's say he has king high spade draw, right?
That's true.
He's not going to call it even $10. He wouldn't even call $5 with a king high.
Right.
And you win the pot that way. You've got to leave yourself with something to bluff at.
Mm-hmm.
You can't count on the fact that queen high is going to win.
Right. Well, it did.
Yeah, right.
But you're right. Okay, the chip counts. We'll get to after this hand.
And this is two-handed here. And seat 6 picked up top pair. Actually picked up queen here. There's a king out there. Jeff's got pretty much nothing here. He's rebought. Looks for actually a short buy. Doesn't look like quite $200 there. You are allowed, after you buy in this game for the original $200 if you get knocked down, you're allowed one short buy. And that's pretty constant in most casinos.
Okay, the chip count. We have Raphael in seat 1. Has $230.
Mm-hmm.
Maruzan has 0. Andrew 350. Keith 230. Cassandra 450. Jay in seat 6 200. Bart in seat 7 450. Fat Boy is $130, and Jeff in seat 9 100. That was as of I think 1 or 2 hands ago, so Jeff probably has a little bit more than 100.
Now we get a bet out of here. Seat 7's Bart here. Bart's got pocket 3s. Not a terrible flop for pocket 3s. Nobody's got a club. And now Bart's actually picked up the straight, but it's no good because Jeff's got the flush. And Bart always advocates. He says, "Hey, when a flush board comes like that, he fires because he wants to see if it's hard for anybody to call."
Oh, I haven't heard that one. Let's see if he does it.
Well, at this point, he's got one caller. It's going to be tough for him to do much. And he knows if he checks, that he's basically going to put himself
conceding
in
the pot.
Yeah, because the other guy can bluff him out.
Because the other guy will bet regardless.
80.
That's an awfully big bet. Why bet that much? I mean, do you want to make it look like a bluff? Is that why you're betting that much?
I don't know if that's his reason, but that would be one of my reasons for doing it.
I mean, against a good player,
I
sometimes...
don't think that that's why he did it.
Right.
I think he was just betting his hand.
I mean, the pot's like, maybe $60, $70, and you bet 80. I mean, the only person that can call you is the ace of clubs and the king of clubs.
Right.
Or the 3 of clubs.
Or someone that thinks you're bluffing. Yeah.
Right, or somebody who completely thinks you're bluffing.
But Bart can pick up that he's not capable of trying to pull a bluff off of that. So tell me, people on 2+2, can you hear that from the table? Jive is complaining again that he can't hear the table, but you got to hear the whistle.
Yeah.
Where is it?
That's interesting. Jeff actually, when he got knocked down to the felt there, he actually, he did not rebuy. He actually won that hand with queen high. I'm sorry. I thought he rebought. But no, he actually did win that hand. And Mernzon takes it down with ace-10 there, uncontested. Andrew's representing the West Virginia University.
So you want the big blind player.
And there's one of our lovely waitresses here at the bike.
And if Denny was in the booth, he'd give you a full description of what she's eating.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like a $15 raise out of seat 1.
10 more. There you go. Don't be shy. Hey.
No, actually, it was Fat Boy who raised with pocket threes. And a call out of seat
Ace
1.
jack good or good?
Now we have a raise.
Now we got a re-raise from Keith with Ace King.
How much more?
15 more.
It's an awfully small raise.
That's more of a pot builder than a...
Right.
Then
I mean, there's
down.
already $30 in there, or whatever. Ace King, I mean, it's not a big hand. I would rather go for trying to pick up the pot right there, and if I get called, okay, I can hit an ace or a king.
Well, Ace King's in bad shape right now. The flop came out Jack 2-5. Ace 5 is actually in the lead here. And
he blew his chance because he didn't bet there when the Jack came out. He put in that raise. If the picture card comes out, you got to try.
Right, if you're going to raise, go for it.
Right, try.
Especially if you're raising under the, in bad position, in first position like that.
That was his only shot. I mean, unless an ace or a king came out there, he can't bluff when the 7 comes or, an 8 comes. Or
Definitely not. And Fat Boy's going to throw the bluff in there here. And, I got to be honest with you, the Ace 5 as well, when it gets checked to you,
right?
What are you in the pot for?
I know.
Watching online.
No limit, it's the first better, almost always takes down.
A lot of times, yeah.
I was referencing the play I made last night when I raised with 3-6 offsuit. I did it blind just to spice the game up, but that game can actually be effective. I hear you, Fat Boy.
What did
that
he
game,
say?
I'm not sure. But that play can actually be effective in no limit, while in limit it rarely is. I think Fat Boy was just referencing the fact that he won the pot with not the best hand. Little did he know that he actually was in pretty good shape. I mean,
he had a decent hand.
It was ahead of the Ace King still.
C1, you're going to call me.
I already called it.
No, I know. Yeah, Ace 10. Ace 10.
Last 10.
You didn't call?
And
You had me.
Bart's sitting there with Jack Deuce of clubs. He's flopped a flush draw.
He's in the blind. I thought he was out of his mind for a second. I thought he was in first position. He is in the big blind.
You can't even get a.
And seat 9 here. Seat 9's got an open-ended straight draw.
What's that?
I'm sorry, seat 6 has got an open-ended straight draw.
Oh.
Seat 9's got top pair. And so does seat 2.
We'd like to remind everyone today is Cinco de Mayo if you can't hear the mariachis in the background.
Ooh. Oh, now, look at this. Bart's just all over this now. He's got a pair and a flush draw.
Whopping pair, too.
Hey, well, it increases his outs. He needs a jack.
That's true.
Actually, a jack is not going to help him.
Jack's not good, yeah.
But he doesn't know that.
Right. A club or a deuce.
The club or a deuce. And it does increase the value of his hand, obviously.
And seat number 9 there is betting an awfully small amount into that pot. Jack, it looks like a $20 bet into that pot.
Yeah. But look at that. He got the best hand out. He got King 8 out of the hand. He got Mernzon out of the hand. And that was the best of it. And he gets 9-10 out.
Now, if Bart should be able to pick up this, by betting patterns and stuff, that this guy does not have much.
Exactly. You see him betting more when he's got, and that's why.
I mean, he does have top pair here, but I would imagine you could get him off the hand here. It's only a $20 bet.
Yeah. Well, I think Bart's definitely in here. I would think a raise or fold situation. You can't count on the club.
Right.
And if he raises it up, like another $50, $60, he might get him.
I think make it 80 total.
He just calls. Actually,
so that was a bigger bet than I thought. Yeah, Bart gets there.
And Bart got lucky.
He just won all in. Nice value bet there, Bart.
Wow. And I think Bart was trying to do. I think he was trying to do like kind of a reverse tell. Act strong. Most people act strong when they're weak and act weak when they're strong. The problem is I think Bart gave Jeff way too much credit there.
I don't agree with you, David. I don't think that's what Bart was trying to accomplish.
No? Okay. Maybe I'm giving Bart too much credit then.
I think that Bart just, bets his hand. Well, we know he doesn't like to slow play. He likes to bet his hands. I mean, he had the hand.
Right. But heads up, I understand the flop, not slow playing, but heads up there on the river, you make your flush. I mean, just calling on the turn, you certainly don't have the odds to go for your flush. You only have the odds if you get some sort of implied odds, right? Now to go all in, I guess maybe he thought he would get called. Or he just didn't think that far. I'm not.
I don't.
It's a confusing play. I got to be honest.
Yeah, I think he would have.
Why not bet? Why not bet $40?
Yeah,
$45, and take your time with it. You know, and
Just on your fingers.
Well, I'm sure that Bart will explain his
Yeah, I
reasoning
know,
for
without a
doing
doubt.
that later.
Blind squeeze.
I mean, it's really important. In no limit, it's tough enough to go for the draws. It's tough enough to go for draws in no limit because people make you pay for them.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, in limit, you can go for them. You're getting the price usually to go for
Usually,
draws.
yeah.
In no limit, oftentimes they're not giving you the price. Like in that case, the pot was maybe $80. I think he bet about 30, 35,
Right.
which you certainly don't get you certainly don't get the odds to go for it.
The pot odds, but the
Right.
implied odds help it. So,
You got to get paid.
right.
Yeah. And best hand here right now actually is Bart here. He's got ace-4 on the button.
I need one more dealer.
And he's just going to call.
He just calls.
And everybody calls.
4 players.
Not that one.
But now Bart's got a monster here. Bart's got top pair and middle. He's got 2 pair here.
The bet is 20.
Everybody's picked up kind of a draw now, though.
Time, please.
Bart doesn't want to see a 5 or a deuce on the river, that's for sure. Nobody has any spades. Let's see how Bart plays this here. The bet is $20 here. And the pot is approximately, I want to say about $75 to $80. So there's already 120 in the pot.
He said he was going to make a raise. He's thrown in the $20 and is now deciding on the amount of raise.
100 more?
That sounds exactly like his style.
No, I will say in this 200 game, I've played it often enough where you don't need to bluff to win this game.
Sloppy effective.
Right.
At this game.
Yeah.
The 500 game, if you play it straightforward like Bart does, I don't think you can be a consistent winner in the 500 game playing it straightforward.
Uh-huh.
Because the players are too good and they're too smart, generally speaking.
Yeah.
They'll pick up on it. They know. They
Right.
go, okay, he bets. I'm not going to call.
Right.
Now this game, get paid off anyway, it seems like. This is a pretty easy fold for Ace Deuce, I think, here. Jeff's not... He did see Bart just go all in before.
Time. Go on and reach onto the archives.
Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
And Bart takes it down.
You go into the archives and check it out.
You show it to the window, though?
I show it to the window. That way, every hand, if you don't see the river, you can go in and check it out. 3? 3, sir. Huh? No, they're all shown. And then they're all, you can go back and check out.
And Brian is referring to the archives. Don't forget you can sign up for the archives at www.thebike.com. Click on the on-demand banner. For just $14.95, you get access to this show, all the past shows, all the future shows, and you can also check out the Howard Lederer Hold'em video.
Like say I played a hand
know what
at
you're saying.
6:30, and I wanted to know what he was over.
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
I would venture to say that the $14.95 at $14.95, if you do play poker at all, be a great investment.
I will.
What is... Okay.
Raise out of the big blind.
Raise out of the big blind with the ace.
2 players.
I'm a little surprised that ace didn't put in a raise there.
Yeah.
He just limped.
That's J-Row.
15.
That's a please take me. Please take this pot away from me bet.
Was that a $5 bet or $15?
It was a $15 bet.
It's a $30 pot.
Well, it was more than 30, but it was $35.
Yeah, you're right. He finally does check. And this is one of those cases I always like to say, good bet here. I like the bet.
40.
And that's a value bet. He didn't get called, but that was a nice value bet.
And the value of it, some people say, well, he didn't get paid off. There is some value to not having your hand seen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the rest of the table's going, what did he have? What was he calling him with?
Right.
Was he bluffing? You know, you don't know. Now, I will say, I mean, Bart does have over $700 in front of him, so he's doing okay.
He must be doing something right.
Yeah.
Usually the players stack them in 20, so that would be 100 per stack. So it looks like Bart has 700 and change there.
Yeah.
Raise it. 30.
Jeff's got a big hand. He's got two black ladies here.
The player in seat 8 raised with 7-8. He made it
60.
$30.
Yeah, fat boy there. He likes to mix it up once in a while in good position.
Yeah, I actually like the raise. He's in position, and the one guy limps, so you can pick up the pot right there, and if not...
And sometimes it happens, or, you know, the guy behind you just happens to pick up a big hand and you're in trouble. But
right.
Hey,
30 more?
good fold there from J-Ro.
Two players.
We get the patent spin by Fat Boy on his chips.
Damn, that's beautiful flop.
Very easy for Fat Boy to get away from this.
Yeah, that's...
He's not even going to be able to call that little
40.
measly bet.
All in.
No, I don't...
You got flush already?
He doesn't even have a runner flush there.
Yeah, there's nothing there for him here.
Monster.
It's a great hand for that spot.
I need one more. I don't think it's going to come.
One more what?
Hard. Come on, man. What do you think? Spade? You see any spade out there?
And nobody ever said poker players were not liars, huh?
Right.
And you get limped around here.
Let's try one more time.
Fat Boy's going to try it again here. This time he's got King 4 spades.
Now he's pushing it.
And he makes it 15.
5 players.
And it's a pot builder. There's $75 in the pot now. Not a good flop for King 4 spades.
No.
But it is a pretty good flop for Merns in there with ace 9. He's got top pair with top
40.
kicker. And this is interesting here. Now, Bart's got top pair as well, but he's got kicker problems. Let's see where he plays it. He's got no redraw because he's got 2 clubs.
Hey, who's that cowboy? From the back door?
A lot of
Steve's old
drama.
news.
Huh?
You know he's done with it.
Steve Woolman? I know.
What was the
not
bet by
anymore.
Merns?
No more? How you know?
Well, it looks like it's a $30 bet right there.
$30
But I
bet,
mean,
so
it
the
was
pot's
only
$75.
$15 pre-flop. You play those suited connectors, you need to hit hard. I mean, that's not hitting hard. 9
Yeah.
Jack kicker.
You're not playing Jack 9 of clubs to hit a 9.
To hit a 9, no.
No.
Come on, Bart. 40.
You got the straight yet?
And Brian pushes him and he gets him to fold. And Bart throws away top pair there. Good to lay down.
I believe you.
And Jeff's got not much of anything there.
Runner or diamond draw.
Yeah. Want to run a straight draw.
draw.
And he's got a pair draw. And he's going to call.
2 players. All in.
And I think Merns and I don't want to. Obviously, we see the card, so it's easy for us to say, why is he betting so much? But you know, he could easily put this guy on a straight draw or a flush draw, and he wants to make him pay for it. And his hand is far from far from great.
See, Jeff called there, and you said he had a pair draw. Little did he know that the ace wasn't good. That
Yeah,
was,
exactly.
Yeah.
Come on. Ace Jack.
Oh, he was in real bad shape.
Yeah, he was.
I'm not in the hand. If I had, I'll
And that's one of those things, that's where you don't think about it when you're thinking of your hourly rate and you're trying to add up, like, where did I thought I played well here and here, and I won a couple of big pots. But to me, that's just like, the guy bet $30 there into a $75 pot. That's $30 just thrown away by ace-7 by Jeff in seat 9.
Right, which is just as
That's
bad.
a good hour.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
Actually, in a $200 game, that's actually
That's about 2
probably
hours.
almost 2 hours
Right.
of play, really, over the long haul.
Race.
And Bart is going to raise it up here with a couple of 9s.
How much?
20. Photo.
And everybody's folded so far to him. And Jack 10 is in the hand I'd like to see a flop with, but I don't want to see it heads up with a razor. And that's not a good flop for Bart. Let's see if he can take it away, though. He has position. Interesting here. How do you think Bart plays this here? He's got the...
40.
40.
He's got position on the guy. And he's now bet 40. And now you got to figure the guy, Keith is definitely, he's in the hand. He's stuck in there. He's not going
he
anywhere.
doesn't have any chips left. I mean, that card.
And now
that
he's
card's
picked
a
up...
bad card for him. It'll make
And
him
now
less likely to call.
Well, he's
but-
picked up an open-ended straight draw now.
Oh, you're right. I missed that.
But Bart's going to check it behind him, I venture. Let's see what he does. Bart fires again. Bart needs a 9 or a 10. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Bart needs just a 10. There are only 3 of them in the deck left, and he's one of those to win this pot.
Unless he can get the player to fold.
Right, exactly. And he checks it. See if Bart gives up here, and he does. That's one of those cases where sometimes you've got to really pay attention to your opponent and realize that Keith just doesn't have enough money to get away from the hand. And that a bluff probably wouldn't have worked. I don't think.
Open end, pair, nice end.
Oh, the 7 here. 7.
Yeah, I had pocket 9, so couldn't get you off that.
You're watching online, don't block.
I'm not bullshit.
Now, Bart, I told you, Bart promised me he'd raise blind, but I haven't seen it yet. I'm really counting on him. And Bart, he limps in an early position under the gun. He limps in with ace king.
Raise to 20. Man, the music drives me nuts, man.
Once again, this is a no-limit $200 game. We are live at the bike. Unscripted, unrehearsed, unedited.
I'm all in.
Holy mackerel.
Now, seat 1, let's see a seat 1 stack there. He's got about, he doesn't have much money, and I think that's why Bart's making the play.
Ace jack.
Nice play there by Bart.
What does the guy have there? About 80 bucks?
Yeah, I think he only had about 80 bucks, and I think it was a matter of guy raised it to 20, and if Bart makes it, 60 to go.
Right.
Guy's only got 20 left. What's the point? Might as well go all in.
Yeah.
And obviously, with Bart moving all in, he's not risking $700. He's only risking $80.
Right.
And it's one of my favorite things at this game is it's so cool if you can just get some chips, you can really control the table.
Yeah.
I love that.
15.
Wow, and Mernson's going to make a nice small raise with a couple of cowboys there. And he gets a call out of ace-queen in the big blind.
And ace-7.
And 4-8.
4-8. Wow. Oh, nice flop.
Now, nobody's picked up anything but him, so...
Yeah, he's just putting a small bet there. Just a little $15.
Yeah. Just giving him a chance to play with him. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody has anything, not even a draw.
He back slap him, go like that, right? Yeah.
They don't know that,
Can't do that.
You know, they might, if it's only $15, they might call up to try to hit an ace.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, without a doubt.
Yeah.
That's a flagging call, huh? You call it?
They
Is that another $15 bet?
Yes.
Wow.
So Jeff's going to try again. Try to hit an ace. He's drawn dead.
Bet all in.
That is one of my pet peeves. When a player says, I'll put you all in. Obviously, you didn't put them all in, right? You don't put a player all in. They put themselves all in and they decide to call. Drives me crazy. About as much as players asking to see, other players' hands.
Right.
I want to see both hands. Those are probably my number top two.
Well, it's funny. They actually, the thing of showing somebody else's cards, people have kind of misused it. The whole point of it was to stop collusion.
Right.
And now it's gotten to the point where people are going, well, if I'm in the hand, I have the right to see his cards.
I know.
And that's not true. No.
Right. I know. But the casinos now can't draw a fine line between it.
No,
so
they
it's
can't.
like they just need to do away with the rule. One of the regulars on 2+2 had sent a great article that I had read about it. I had printed it out and carried it in my purse for about a week, just to, in case a player did that, hand it over to him. But I misplaced it. I'm going to have to print another one up.
J-Row made it $20 on the button with 10s there. And he gets called by Jeff in seat 9. Now, Jeff's got 6-5 of hearts. That's actually one of my... I don't like it heads up as much, but I don't mind that call because it's usually pretty easy to get away from the hands.
Right.
And obviously, you're not looking to just hit a 6.
Right.
You actually want to be up against, aces, and you want to hit, a monster flop and break the guy.
All in.
And that's not a monster flop for 6-5 of hearts.
No, he just moved all in, though. Well, he didn't have many chips left.
No, he didn't.
I figure, I hit a piece of this.
And J-Row calls anyway.
Oh,
wow, what a river.
Successful.
Oh, what a bad beat. Ouch.
Yeah, see, the thing about calling with those hands, because I'm right with you, David, I love suited connectors and no limit, is you have to have chips to do it. Like you said, you want to go against big hands so you can bust them. But when he made that call, he only had $40-50 left.
Yeah.
It's just not enough to work with.
Yeah, generally my strategy in no limit, especially the restricted $200 buying game, generally I play it pretty straightforward until I get some chips.
Right.
I might even gamble a little more than normal when I don't have a lot of chips because the whole point of it is to accumulate chips.
Right.
I don't mind reaching out of pocket for another 200 because I'm pretty confident that I can get it back and more so.
Right.
That's
like when I'm playing those rebuy tournaments online, the 33 or 3 buys, I do really well in those. I'll finish that after this hand.
And I like the bet here by Raphael. He's only got one over pair on it, one over card. And you can't give somebody credit always for having a king, so it's a nice bet. Finds out right where he is at and has a chance to take it away.
Except the pot, right? So in the 33 or 3 buys, and I have something like ace 10 and 3 players have made it, had come in for $100. I'll stick all my chips in there. 1,500, 3,000, depends on how many I have. Because you can either double up, or if you lose, I'm sticking all those chips on the table where I have total faith that I can get them back. It's like, okay, I'll do 3 rebuys, so what? I can have tons of chips, or at least there's tons of chips on my table.
Yeah.
For me to get some, You
got a raise here out of Fat Boy in seat 8. He's got one of his ugly hands.
7, yeah.
More on that in a second if this hand on.
3 players.
And he is in bad shape here, actually. Flop a 9-4-3 here, a couple of hearts.
All in. Peter, is a 5 open? Time.
Fat Boy, maybe he's a little impatient today, a little more gamble in his get up here.
I think he might win this pot, though. I mean, we have an ace high and a king high.
Oh, yeah, I can't imagine them calling.
Jeff sure is thinking about it.
They don't want me to leave again.
And Fat Boy takes it down.
Want to see?
Yeah, Daniel Negreanu, actually, in last year's World Series, they added the multi-rebuy $1,000 buy-in, and he set a record because he had 26 rebuys.
Right.
And one of the things that he actually said about it was, he played it to mix it up, and his plan was to get a lot of chips, but he also said that he knew that his table wouldn't break for a while. And he said his thinking was, well, at least all those chips will be on my table, and I'll have access to them.
Yes.
And sure enough, he ended up with most of them because he finished, I think, in third in the tournament.
Right.
So there is something to that. And I try to treat this the same way, this game, where I don't want to sit there with $200, $220, $230 for 4 hours. I really want to take a couple chances and get up to $400, $500, $600, and then I can start mixing it up. You know, and I want to get heads up with a player that has aces and see if I can break them.
Right.
And Mernzon's in the lead here with the 5. Flop is King 5-2.
Check. Long time ago. You know, this is my favorite hand actually. 25. How can they miss?
25.
And I raised.
For the king.
Unbelievable.
It's a nice tell. When guys say it's their favorite hand,
Best hand I always win with.
it's one of a few hands, and sometimes,
You're lucky today, my friend.
very often, it's
I'm not my
69.
lucky hand. Hey, Ricky, there's a 5 over there. 5.
You know, I don't know if you saw the World Series last year.
What
I mean,
number?
not the World Poker Tour last week.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Poker Stars Caribbean Venture, and Miami John had moved all in with something like King 4. He was real short stacked. Then King High, he moved in.
I never been there.
And he said,
I never did.
I've never lost with this hand. And it doesn't come to me, right away, but one of the players on the table says, well, that means that you don't have aces or kings. Which is pretty damn smart, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously, that's true because everyone's lost with aces or kings.
Okay.
Because you want to leave, I call you.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago. Unless you know exactly what you're saying, sometimes
keep
it's just
your mouth
best to
shut.
shut up.
I know.
'Cause somebody's smart's going to pick something up.
Yes. And I wrote an article about that, on my website about shut up and how much information if you're just shut up and actually listen. Ooh, ace hit. I didn't need it. How much information there is if you just shut up and listen. You
Yeah.
know? But I do find myself sometimes just babbling on at the mouth.
Look
And,
at that. Fat Boy was just he went all in with 8-3. He was ready to go.
he wants to leave you.
No, yeah, you're 100% correct. I actually had a friend of mine who sat down in the $200 no-limit game and really wanted some pointers.
Uh-huh.
So she sat down next to me. She goes, well, tell me. And finally, I couldn't stand it. She was babbling so much. I looked at her, and I just said, shut up and listen. I go, look at the table. Watch.
Uh-huh.
That's your first lesson.
Yeah.
I wonder if anybody in 2+2 can guess who that one person was.
Oh.
You all know her.
Free player.
Young lady, could I have a Miller Genuine Draft?
And Bart here's got second button. He's got a pair of 8s here. And he's going to fire at it. I like the bet. Seat 2 there. Mernzen's got the flush draw, and he hit it. And I'm not sure what Keith's got. Keith actually has 7-4 of hearts.
Well, he called looking to hit a 6, and
Yeah.
that's just ugly.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big advocate for going for gut shots, but you definitely don't want to go
No,
for a
when
gut
there's-
shot when there's 2 diamonds on the board.
Well, there's 3 diamonds. I mean, he called
Yeah.
again on the turn.
Yeah. But even with 2 diamonds, because you're not
Right.
sure if your 6 of diamonds is any good.
Do you want post 5 to come in?
So,
Some of my favorite things to go for, I do love drawing for double gutters because a double gut straight draw.
Yes, yeah.
And one of the reasons is it's usually hidden and your opponent can't see it.
Mhm.
And when you hit it and you turn it over, they go, oh, can't believe you hit the gut shot. They
Right.
don't even
They don't
realize
see
it. They
that
still
you
don't
had-
realize that you had a double gutter.
right.
Race 15.
Okay, the new player in seat 8 is Andrew.
No callers?
Now, Fat Boy's been playing the $500 no limit game frequently. He's been playing
wait.
it
Okay, Andrew's in 6.
seat 6, and
J-
J-Row has moved to seat 8. Now, Fat Boy's actually been playing the $500 game recently, and I think maybe he just got a little impatient with this game. And sometimes that can happen if you're playing below a game, below your limit that you normally play.
Yeah.
Five players.
5 players, $25 pot here. Munzen's hit top pair, as well as Keith.
Raise to 20.
I like the raise here by Keith. He has top pair. He's testing the waters here.
2 players.
Munzen's going to call. Queen is no help here. And the 9 is going to play unless Munzen's got to hit a 2 here, or he's going to lose this pot. And actually, take there, look at that. The queen is actually very lucky there. 2 pair, and it's a chop pot. And they're going to chop it up. They both have kings with 3s with a queen kicker. And Hold'em is a game of kickers. You really got to be careful when you're playing hands. You got to realize there's a good chance somebody's got the same top pair you do, and you can get killed in those kickers.
When the 3 came up, I know it's a chop. Like that, if it falls, I win, or else it's a chop.
You got a couple of big hands here, actually. Bart's got big slick diamonds. Wow. Andrew in seat 6 has got 10s. And Jeff in seat 9 has got queens.
Raise.
So Andrew made it 20.
75 more.
Come all in.
All in.
Bart made it 95.
And Andrew's 10s suddenly don't look that good anymore.
Jeff makes 110.
That's 95, 90 more.
Wow. Well, Andrew does like to play a lot of hands.
Does he? Okay.
Yes.
Hey, I always say, if it's your chips, you do it with them as you please.
Yeah.
How much more to me?
But when you raise, you get a re-raise and then an all-in after that.
Yeah.
You got to realize that 10s probably aren't any good anymore.
How much?
15.
15?
Yes.
This is obviously a pretty easy call
I
for
can't
Bart.
re-raise, right? So
No, under.
And this time the dealer correctly says you can't
You
re-raise.
cannot re-raise, right?
Nice spot before the flop.
And Bart hits.
Bart gets there.
Alright, I'll put you all in.
All in.
Oh, Bart just did my pet peeve. He said, I'll put you all in.
And no help there. And Bart is just blessed today, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Look at that. And Andrew's shaking his head there, but honestly, when you got pocket 10s, and you get a re-raise and then an all-in, you got to know your 10s are no good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks. Chips. Chips and 4, please.
So now the man, the myth, the legend is even more so.
Oh, he's rocking.
Yeah. So that was quick. Andrew's done. One hand, I'm
Once it
done.
opens.
One hand, yeah, he came to hit and run there. Try to see. And Bart is probably close to, I'm going to guess close to probably like almost $1,100.
Yeah.
And that's where this game gets a lot of fun. You just hope that there's some more money at the table. I prefer it when there's a couple of other big stacks on the table so I can try to get them as well.
Right.
And seat 3 is Andrew in seat 3, and he's got top pair. Takes it down.
So right when it's getting fun for Bart, he's going to end up having to come in here and do some announcing.
Yeah. Bart's coming in at 8 o'clock. I think he's coming in with Danny.
I don't know. We should go get Yana.
Bart and Yana?
Yeah.
Okay. And I will say, I honestly do think the no limit 200 game plus the no limit 3 to 500 game is some of the easiest money to be made in the casino.
Do you think?
I do. I mean, the 500 game, I enjoy it because of the competitive nature. You know, I like playing against other good players. But I do think that you get more beginners, more inexperienced players in these games.
Yes.
And the money's good enough where you can actually make some money. The $100 buy-in game, it's just hard to really make that much.
Right.
This game, you see, I mean, Bart's already made, you know, probably close to $900 in what, an hour and a half?
Yeah.
2 hours, maybe?
Check it.
We got a couple of gut shots here.
He has a double gutter. Bart has a double gutter.
He does, thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't see
Like,
it.
well, that's what you said.
Yeah.
You said they're hard to see.
Sometimes.
And I like the bet. I was hoping he was going to stick out a bet there.
About hundreds.
Can I see how much he has left?
115 something.
$124.
124.
All right, I'll take a card. Check.
Oh.
See if Bart a fire in the river. He certainly can represent diamonds here.
I wouldn't have taken that card. The board changed. You know, if the player had a queen there and Bart put in a bet, he would have made the queen fold.
And I didn't actually hear. Did Bart bet there?
He did not bet on the turn. He said, "I'll take a card."
No, did he bet on the river though?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yeah.
He just announced it verbally.
I saw the chips go in.
Oh, he did. Okay, I missed that. You would have preferred to be the aggressor there.
Well, I would have
Stick with
put a bet in when the 8 came because it changed the board.
Right.
You know, I mean, if a person had a queen, if they had the top pair, then you stick a bet out there because it paired a lower card.
Right.
And he had position on it. He could have picked up the pot and taken it away from a queen. Keith in seat 4 didn't happen to have neither. You know, he didn't have much of anything.
No, he just had the gut shot actually.
But if he did have a queen, Bart could have picked it up. Right.
$10.
Some big hands out there, but everybody chose to kind of slow play them here.
Right.
4 players.
Which is one thing I don't really get. Bart actually did the right thing, or, well, in my opinion, the right thing. You choose to see it for cheap, and you don't hit it, just get the hell away from it. You know, he only invested $10. He didn't hit any piece of it, but yet here we're seeing ace-king calling, and jack...
Well, everybody's folded now to the 10-8 of diamonds bet in seat 2. Burns out, and he's going to take it down. He had top pair plus the flush draw. And I've seen that oftentimes. Sometimes they want to see it flop cheaply, and they go, I had ace-king, I can't let it go.
Yeah.
And it's like...
You know, you only put $5. That's the way you chose to play it. Continue to play it that way.
Exactly. Once again, this is a no-limit $200 buy-in game, restricted buy-in. Obviously, you see more than that on the table because you can start out at $200, but hey, you can keep growing it up. I am David Tuchman. I'm here with Shirley Rosario, and we are live at the bike.
3 players.
Bart's going to take a break and walk away from the table there. 3-handed here. And look, this is a big flop here. Seat 2, Mernzen's actually got top pair plus the straight draw, gut shot straight draw. And seat 1, Rafael has got bottom set. He's hit a set of 10s. Even seat 8 here. Seat 8, J-Rose got middle pair with the same straight draw that Mernzen has.
Raise 40.
Wow,
Total.
we get a $20 bet out of Raphael and a $20 raise out of Mernzen. I'm sure J-Rose is thinking his Queen Jack doesn't look that good anymore.
40 total.
Wow. That's interesting. He got it raised out of there, and Raphael didn't actually push. Surprised. Oh, wow. And that's just a killer card for him. The king comes out, and that kills Raphael.
80.
Now Raphael does have a redraw. Like he said, he needs the board to pair. Doesn't happen.
Straight. I have the worst of it. I had it.
Okay, we gotta take those back.
Oh, that really is a bad beat there.
Yeah, it is. Before we get to the chip count, I would like to invite Russ and Jive from 2+2 to come down here and take our seats in the booth if you would like
Chips and
to.
4, please. Thank you.
Okay, chip count. Seat number 1. Raphael has $120. Marzon has $400. Andrew has $300. Keith has $100 in seat 4. Cassandra in seat 5 has $450. Seat 6, Dan has $200. Seat 7, Bart has $900. Seat 8, Jay has $120. And Jeff has $75 in seat 9.
Chips and 4. Raise to 10.
Hey, C2. C2. What are you playing over there? It's 200? Look at the crate. A lot of action.
It's a lot of action.
And Raphael, one thing good about the Bicycle Casino is you've always got other tables. And Raphael's trying to think, is there another table that maybe I can get my money back at?
But I think you're going to have a hard time getting there.
15.
That's the initial table.
Although there are
Uncontested.
no such thing in poker as getting money back.
No, there isn't.
Money gone is money gone. And that was a really hard lesson for me to learn. You know, Steve, my coach would always tell me, you know, you make a bad decision and you lose that $20. You're not getting that $20 back.
Right.
That $20 is gone because you screwed up, you know. You might win a different 20.
Yeah.
But you're not winning that $20 that you
Right,
lost because of a bad
exactly.
decision.
And that's sometimes how people make, you know, it's the reason why some people they'll win 3 or 4 out of 5 sessions. You know, they'll win 3 out of 4 sessions. But the session they lose twice as much as the 3 sessions they won. And part of the reason is when you're playing well, it's easy to make good decisions.
Right.
And then when you start playing bad, a lot of people start chasing their money. And then even the next day, when you've lost, let's say you've had a really bad day, next day you go there and you go, I got to make it back. And let's say you only win a little bit, you're not content with that because you're trying to win even more back. And it's like you dig yourself that hole, and you got to realize that
45.
the casinos, internet, it's always open. You can always play. You don't have to win it all back. There's no back. You just play.
Right.
Play one hand at a time. I saw that saying, and I love it. One hand at a time. It's the only way you play poker.
Kings took it down, uncontested.
Thank you.
It's a wonderful thing about a computer, too. I mean, once again, I just want to remind you guys that we are unscripted, unrehearsed, and unedited. We do not get the benefit of being able to edit ourselves afterwards in post-production. And we see the cards just like you do. But the wonderful thing about a computer is they all come with volume switches. And if you don't like the commentary, you can always turn the volume off.
You are absolutely right.
You know, play the radio and still watch.
Right.
Yeah. So.
I'm going to raise 25.
Raise 25 total.
I like the raise here, right? Bart's in late position here with ace-queen. And you see how with his big aces in early position, he likes to see flops cheaply. Because they are harder to play and out of position. But here, when he has position, he likes to move it a little. Unfortunately for him, J-Rose picked up a bigger ace.
And better position on him.
Yes. It's always a nightmare when you're raising the cutoff seat. You're basically raising to buy yourself the button. And when the button calls, you go, oops, that didn't work.
Right.
You almost want to say, can I take my raise back?
3 players.
You just called there. The ace-king just called. Wow.
Wow. I was about to say that Mernzen was in really bad shape.
I
with
was
his
sitting here
spades.
thinking, wow, what the heck is he doing calling? But look at that monster flop.
Top 2 pair.
Bet 40.
And he checks it. Mernzen's trying to think how to play it here. And this is a pretty easy hand for Bart to get away from.
Make it 100.
I don't think I would have played it like that.
100 total. Check.
Well, it's one of the reasons why position is so important. Basically, on your losing hands, generally speaking, you're going to lose more when you're out of position. And when in your winning hands, you're going to win less out of position. It's just easier to manipulate the board, manipulate the table when you're in position.
Right.
If you flop 2 pair and you've got the button, well then, hey, they've got to bluff into you. You can decide what you want to do each time. Acting first is tough.
Okay. 4 players.
Seat 7. That's Bart. Flops a straight.
Check.
Playing one of my favorite hands, suited connectors.
Let's see how he plays this here.
He's not slow playing it, I guarantee you. There's 2 clubs.
Bet 20.
I think that's
He
20.
bets the pot.
Raise to 40.
And a raise.
A top pair.
Yeah, J-Rod does have top pair there. Now, what does Bart do now?
Good about this one.
Bart's going to make it probably, let's see how many chips
Now,
he has.
Mernzen
He's
does.
going to move on.
Yeah, now, Mernzen does have an open-ended straight draw
I wish I
here.
had 8-10. I would call it.
Floor. Floor.
Time, dude.
Times.
And we can see Mernzen, he's got a lot of chips. He's probably got about 400 in chips there, 500 in chips. And he's going to call too. Now there's a lot of chips there. Now let's see what Bart does in seat 7.
I'm all in.
That's what I thought he was going to do. Well, he knew the player in seat 2 wasn't thrilled about making the call. And 8 only had about $100 left, so...
I'm laying down very good hand.
And Bart's in really good shape here. And Bart takes it down.
Straight. 9.
You made it straight on flop?
Nice flop.
The way he said that, I fluffed it. Like, no problem. A piece of cake.
Bart's actually coming out with a book. How to flop straights. For just $9.99, you too can learn how to flop a straight.
$200 behind.
Button is in seat 1 here. Small blind in this game is $3. The big blind is $5.
Raise to 20.
You get a raise out of seat 6. Seat 6 is now, what's his name? Dan. And Dan is raising it up with ace jack offsuit here.
Two players.
And Jeff's actually flopped the pair there. He was badly dominated with ace-5, but he's gotten lucky and flopped the 5.
Sit open on 4.
And Jeff doesn't have very many chips. I don't think he's going to go anywhere.
All in. 42.
And Jeff takes it down. And Dan L. he's a regular here at the Bicycle Casino. He's also an Escargot member.
Yeah, I can't see his face.
Raise to 50. Five players.
And looks like, on a quick thing here, it looks like Jeff's got the best hand here with a pair of 7s.
Yeah.
But not anymore. Now Mernzen and Keith have both picked up top pair, although Keith's got him on kickers.
3 players.
Jeff's picked up an open-ended straight draw. Oh, picked up an open-ended straight draw, but he backs into his trips. Jeff double checks to make sure he actually does have the 7.
Raise to 60.
Big pair over there. Lock the seat over there.
Okay.
All right, Keith makes a nice laydown there. That's not an easy laydown. Top pair.
Yeah.
Small to big line, please. The big line.
I played with Keith earlier. He actually he played pretty well.
Yeah?
He did get hit by the deck a little bit.
Please come back.
Took out pocket aces when he flopped a set of 8s. He flopped a set of 6s. And he built his $200 stack probably up to $800 within a half an hour. But
Yeah, that's
he played pretty solid. And
right.
did get lucky here and there.
Like I always say, it's real easy to play. Like everybody's a pro when things are going your way. Like you said,
Right.
like when Keith was getting hit, Jack, and tonight obviously everything's going Bart's way and the cards are hitting. What makes a really successful poker player is when the things aren't going your way,
Right.
to keep the losses to a minimum.
Right.
You know,
And how you handle that. Right.
and that's what makes some good players really good. I mean, Bart's he's a good poker player. One of the reasons being is because, he knows tomorrow things might go completely opposite.
Uh-huh.
But he's not going to lose everything he won today,
Right.
tomorrow.
Two players. 8 moving.
Number 8 moving?
Yeah.
When you move? Just move your chips.
Nice bet there from Jeff, sorry. Seat 9. Margin's got much of he's got a gut shot. He needed a jack there, but didn't feel like it was worth it. Once again, if you want to play for free, you can check out thebike.com. We have weekly free rolls. We give away hundreds of dollars. And check it out before you go to a live casino.
Yeah.
We are in Los Angeles, actually about 15 miles south of Los Angeles in Bell Gardens. And we are open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And if you come down, David will buy you a beer.
Yeah, actually, any drink you want, I'll buy.
Buy you a drink.
Whatever drink you want, I'll buy you. Even you, Russ, and even you, Jive. I'll even buy them a drink.
Uh-huh.
Anybody who comes down, I buy them a drink.
I'll buy you the second drink.
But what's wonderful is we've got poker for everybody. We've got poker. You can play 1-2, 2-4, up to, you know. Last night they were spreading a 500 to 1,000 limit game. You can play blackjack, pie gow. No need to go to Vegas. It's all here.
Ace King raised there. Got 3 callers.
Really? Well, I got to call it. Jeff called with 7-4 here, offsuit. And he's hit bottom pair.
He's actually built himself, somewhat of a stack. I don't want to see him, piss it away now.
Yeah, well, he gambles.
Well, yeah, but gamble with hands that work together a little better than 4-7,
4-7 offsuit, yeah.
Yeah, 2 gap at the most. 5-7 suited, go for.
Right. Well, at least he's getting away from it.
Yeah.
That's the important thing. Too often I've seen people get into a hand with 7-4 and they see they've gotten a small piece of it and they can't get away from it. And they end up losing $89.
Well, if I hit one more card, if I hit a 7 or 4, I should be able to get them for...
Right, exactly.
If it ever comes around.
You can check out Live at the Bike Wednesdays through Saturdays from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. That's Pacific Coast time. You do the math depending on where you are. And if you need to, check the schedule out for whatever game we have that night. There's a close-up of Dan L. there.
Thank you.
Dan's not showing his cards. He knows better. He'll figure it out in a second.
Because this is a recent thing, because I used to chop. So I didn't want to be like bush league on you. Go ahead.
Now, Bart's got a middle pair. He's in the big blind with 9-5, 5-9, old Dolly Parton hand. This is actually the kind of hand I'm going to see now. Obviously, it's not a winner here, but this is the kind of hand where I don't mind taking one off because the guy who bet with the ace has a huge stack. He's got about $500. And for $10, I'll take a shot and see if I can catch a 5 or a 9 on the turn. Maybe I can win a big pot.
Either way, they 30-60.
Yeah.
That's where you make half your money in limited.
One of my favorite not even worse.
That's what I call
This is one of those, whoever bets is going to get it. Nice bet there, buddy.
I like the bet. He had outs if he got called.
Don't forget to email us at liveatthebike.com. We love your questions and comments. And believe it or not, we actually do appreciate your advice and so forth.
Okay, so I'll say a couple words here. To Kev Mouth, I want to say thank you. You always support us, and you're wonderful. And to Jive, I think you might have got the wrong impression. I was a little mad because sometimes you guys do come across as harsh, but I'm not pissed off and would love to have you come down here. And I will even walk you in the booth personally and show you what we do, and you can do it. I'm not saying you can do it, I'm not challenging you.
More guest commentary.
Right, guest commentary.
We have guests all the time. I think it's a great idea.
But what you don't understand is Isaac, the guy that runs the technical stuff, said that the table mic is at the same level. So if the players are speaking lower, the tables are speaking lower. Exactly. It's the people.
Let's check out what Mernson's eating here in seat 2. I'm getting hungry.
Okay, Denny, let's go.
I'm kind of hungry.
But it looks like a salad. How boring is that?
No, but I see a dessert on the top. Nope, it's bread. Ugh,
that's boring.
That.
No, we don't want to see that. We want to see cheese.
I thought it was like dessert.
Yeah, the good stuff. Club sandwich.
What are you asking? They're going to tell you no.
And what's going on here is the dealer thinks she might have flipped the card up, and in that case, the player in seat 5, Cassandra, doesn't get the next card. She deals around, and then she gets the last card.
The last card, and the
which
card
would be
that
the
was
burn
flipped
card.
up will be the new
The burn card, right.
How much?
30.
30 total?
You got 5 out, 25 more.
I get a couple of Diet Pepsi.
Okay, 2 pairs.
I don't want to be heads up with you.
And we got 7s versus Ace King here. The two big stacks are against each other here.
Okay.
And Bart's in a good spot here. He's got position on the guy.
Didn't hit my set.
Right. He was looking to hit a set. That's it. That's why he plays this, which is exactly the time that he should. He played an opponent that had a lot of chips. Bart had a lot of chips, and he could have taken him down if an ace or a king had flopped with a 6.
Exactly. Remember when I first started playing poker, I would keep track of all the hands I actually played. And I noticed I was losing a lot of money on small to middle pairs, and I was wondering why. And the reason is basically those hands are for sets.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking to hit your set,
Right.
especially in a multi-way pot. Now, heads up, as I've gotten more experience playing, I'm able to read my opponent, and I can figure out, okay, what does this player have? You know, maybe my 6s are still good. Now, that's a pretty coordinated board, Queen 10, a player easily good playing Ace Queen, King Queen.
Right.
And there's not much that Bart can beat there. And even if the player had Ace King, he's still drawing live to an Ace, a King, or a Jack in that case.
Right.
Sometimes you just got to pick your battles.
Well, you used to play a lot more limit than no limit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, way back when you were first doing that, you were playing them in limit. I mean, I just stay away from the small and middle pairs. I mean, pretty much altogether. Unless I'm playing the short-handed tables, the 6-handed tables online, I'll play those pairs strong. Or if I'm trying to pick up a blind, but they're just overall, you know, for most people, money losers.
Yeah, in limit hold'em, generally speaking, people can say, well, you're going to hit your set 1 out of 5, 5.5 times, but you're
7.
only going to hit on the flop 1 out of 7.5 times.
Right.
You'll hit it throughout, but generally you don't get to the river unless you've hit it already.
Right.
So the problem is you're only going to hit it 1 out of 7, 7.5 times. You really need to have 6 opponents in there. And at the same time, you don't want to be raised either because it's just too much money throwing in the pot.
Right. Okay, the button here raises for base queen, but it only makes it $15 after the player's won.
Very much. I really enjoy it.
How often do you watch?
And he gets a call out of King 4. It's one of those straggler hands that I really hate.
Oh, I really appreciate it. You know, I had a guy.
Seat 1 is actually out there.
Oh, you should know. Yeah, I had a guy.
And sure as the sun will rise, every time I say I hate somebody's hands, they hit it.
They hit it, yeah.
He's not going to play on the table anymore. He loves the game, but the production's too good.
Well, that's not my trade.
It's 60.
That's 60.
He said he thought it was like a fancy production. So he didn't
This should be a pretty easy mock commercial.
No.
Well, he's still got an ace to go for.
You're not doing nothing now.
I learn a lot.
Yeah, you're going to have to do this because...
Yeah. The main thing I learned is that most flops don't
It's an awfully small bet.
It's just amazing.
He only has a 4 kicker. He wants any draws, anything out of there.
Yeah.
Well, it was enough to get the job done there.
Yeah, the only thing I actually disagree with you on a little bit there.
No,
If the guy has a king, now he raised pre-flop, so I'm not going to put him on like a 7, okay? There's really no
That's
draw
true.
out there because he called with a king 8-6 board.
Right.
If the guy
But
has
he
a
had an
king,
ace draw, yeah.
right? If the guy has a king with an ace draw, I don't mind. If he wants to pay $40 for an ace draw, he's not getting odds to hit for a 3-outer.
Okay.
You know, there's only
You're
42
right, yeah.
cards in there, 39 that are bad, 3 that are good. And if he's got a king, he's going to call me and I'm beat anyway. I've got a 4 kicker.
There's a thing where a guy who goes
Right.
to the link
So it's kind of a value bet in the sense of, well,
there's a piece of
if he's
shit
got a
where-
draw, it can't be that great a draw.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
hey,
I
that's
think
just my
you're
only
right,
thought there.
yeah.
You're going to help me return it for me?
And those are the Bicycle Casino classic cards. You can get them free online, or if you walk into the casino at the Welcome Center.
It only takes like 1 minute.
Yeah, literally. And we don't bother you with them. We don't sell your information or anything like that. All we do is just keep track of your hours. And for every hour you play here, you get money. We pay you to play poker.
13?
I mean, that's amazing. We give you free food, and we pay you to play.
5+8.
Really kind of cool. And Cassandra's actually picked up a pair of queens here. But Jeff's the one who's going to bet here. He's got bottom pair with 9 kicker. He's got a pair of 7s. Keith's going to call here. He's got the flush draw.
What?
I mean the straight draw, sorry. Flush draw. Oh, he's got the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, he does. Runner, flush draw.
Heart. Right. He's got the straight draw there.
He'd probably come runner, heart, too.
Well, there you go. Here it is, the 2 of hearts on the return. Now he's got the flush draw. Now he's actually got a decent hand there. If you look at him, he's got a jack gives him a win, a 10, jack gives him a win, an ace gives him a win, or any heart gives him a win. But he's not going to see it. Oh. Had second thoughts for a second there, but lets it go. And Jeff's taking it down here. Look at the resurgence here of Jeff.
And we get like big names. The side games here, like maybe 10, 20, 20, 41.
Yeah. Is there any thought of doing the final tables of the different tournaments on this table?
Thanks, Kevin. He mentions that last 6 schedule is still up. That'll actually be changing. Our producer is actually out of town, and she's coming back tomorrow, and I'm sure she will update the schedule as soon as she gets back. So we'll get next week's schedule up as soon as we can. Sorry about that. And as soon as I find out what tomorrow night's game is, I will let you know.
Even little things like Stars and Stripes, it'd be fun to watch it.
There's a reason why we can't do those things. How much is it? 14 right now. Contracts.
And Keith's got the button here. Small blind is Cassandra. She's got $3 in there. Dan is in the big blind, $5. Bart folds. And you see Bart's style here. Plays a lot more hands in position than out of position, and that's generally consistent with most players that win. Nice flop for Cassandra here. She's flopped an open-ended straight draw. There are diamonds out there, but nobody's got any diamonds. And 9-7 still the best hand here. Seat 9, Jeff. And the river is actually going to bring her to straight.
Maybe on the day I went there.
And she checks it.
Yeah, she got there and checked it.
Now, she didn't have the nuts. Ace-Jack would have beat her. But...
yeah, no. She should have put a bet in.
Yeah. It's really important. I always say it's really important if you're going to draw to make your hand. When you make it, don't forget to put a bet in there.
Right. You have to make money on it. Okay, so the new player in seat 8 was Joe Carr, and then Jay, that wasn't
Jay
me.
Rowe?
Yeah, right. He moved to seat 1. He's trying to get that situated.
Well, there is Joe Carr. Kind of like Joe Carr, on a quick glance, kind of looked like, what's his name from City Slickers? Who's the old guy with the white hair?
Jack Palance? Something like that.
Palance, right?
Yeah. Palance?
I think so.
I got an invitation. Steve Wayne said he's gonna have a poker room.
And you know, these guys are right, because this table talk, it's so fascinating, we really should shut up.
But you know, he's got the best artworks. You But that's where we got buried at the Bellagio. Oh, I think
Just having fun.
owner of the
the Bellagio, the Golden Nugget.
And
But he's such a wonderful man.
this is the problem with playing ace with no kicker. Generally, you win a small pot,
And not only that,
or you lose a
You
big
lose
one.
a huge one.
And you see here, yeah, you won it, but you're not going to get any action, obviously. Ace is like the ultimate scare card in every poker game I know.
Yeah.
And if you don't have one, everybody you always assume the other guy must have one.
with him, you know, you'll get yes. Yeah. Yeah. I had 3 invitations, you know, coming in June, May. So very generous.
If Bart continues winning this way, we might not see him at 8 o'clock.
Are we right? No, he'll be running in here. You know he loves to do this. They might be stuck with us till 10.
And the Bellagio is such a crappy place, I gotta tell you. Ever since MGM took over,
I'm actually taking the whole week off next week. I need a break.
We're going to Tahoe, right?
I'm going to Tahoe.
Tahoe, baby.
And I don't know exactly when I'm coming home, but hopefully I will be there playing
now you're gonna love to see
until
Hopefully you come
I
back
think
richer.
Wednesday. Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, but the Bellagio's not gonna have.
For anybody who doesn't know, Shirley's actually won 2 seats, 2 World Series of Poker main event seats. She's going to use one for the World Series down in Vegas, up in Vegas
The
actually.
main event, right?
The main event, and one in Lake Tahoe.
The World
And-
Series circuit events.
And for any of you listening, think positive thoughts for our own.
Yes.
Hopefully she wins the Lake Tahoe one, and if I have anything to say about it, she can come in second in the main event in Vegas.
Okay, yeah. Sounds like a plan, David.
We've got the best chefs, the best pictures.
They have the best world steak.
Oh, they do. I
5-handed unraised pot here, so $25 pot.
the rooms are yours.
Yeah, they're real big with the couch.
Yeah, you can take the whole family there.
Queen 7, nice swap.
Yeah, Bart's flop top and
I
bottom.
understand they're big. Yeah, it's like a small.
He makes it look so easy.
Couch, bed, and then it has a window.
And you see there, it's a hand that he definitely wouldn't play in early position, but on the button, he figures why not? Give it a shot. Now, seed 8's in a world of hurt here, because he's got top pair with a really good kicker.
Lonely.
But I kind of like being away from the strip a little bit, so being able to go, but then you know.
Jeff is actually out of the hand.
Well, and you go to the strip.
There we go.
I got it now when I'm all the time.
I'm all in.
Yeah, new Bart wouldn't like that card. You
Yeah,
know,
it is a
puts
scary
up more
card.
possibilities up there, and he's not going to slow
How
play
much
his
money
hand.
does Joe Carr have? Let's see.
It looks like he only had about 120 left in front of him.
That's a big bet. Who am I to criticize Bart?
He has
He's
more.
playing
He
great
has more
tonight.
than 120. He has
Yeah.
about
I mean,
150.
it was only a $25 bet on the flops. The pot's only $75. I would have liked to see a $75 bet.
He doesn't want to slow play.
That's not slow playing.
Right.
That's just betting. But it's betting. I mean, to me, if you've ever read Poker Theory by David Sklansky, great book. Anytime, he always states, and this is the truth, anytime you get somebody to call a bet where he's not receiving the proper odds, you've actually won. Now, there are times where the guy's going to, suck out on you and you're going to lose the hand, but in the long run, especially if you play like Bart does, who plays for a living, the positive expectation is going to be there. And you want to call there. You don't want to call for $20, no.
Right.
'Cause then the guy's getting the odds for it. But you want to call for 50.
Right.
The same way if somebody's going for a flush, and they get, like, let's say they have a 35% chance of hitting their flush, but you make them pay 1-to-1. You make them pay $100 to win a $100 pot. Well, they're not getting the odds to do it. I don't mind if somebody calls that kind of bet. I just don't want to make it a cheap bet. I don't want to make it cheap for them. And Mernzen's got top pair here. Jack 10 deuce out there. Seat 1. Who's the new player in seat 1, you're saying? J-Row. He's moved there. J-Row is one of those players I always call him. They're the movers. He they keep moving around until they find a seat that's lucky.
That's what I was going to say. They're not moving to get position on certain players or to get position on chip stacks. They're going to try to find the lucky seat.
Right. I like to say it's not the seat, it's the ass in the seat.
There you go. I've never heard that. That's a pretty good one.
But yeah, you'll find me sometimes moving at a table for another chair, and some people will be like, "Oh, lucky chair, you're looking for a superstitious," and I'm always moving to get in position. Like in this case, I would want to be like
I would be in
Bart
8.
is, I'd want to be exactly.
Right.
You want to be in seat 8,
Yes,
or maybe in seat 4, 3 or 4.
3, right.
Either one. Seat 3 is actually.
You want
about
position on the
$300.
chips, or at least I do. Most of the time, you do. I mean, it's not always, but
Exactly. And Bart flops trips 10s with an ace kicker. Man.
Bart's going to get paper cuts from getting hit by
I
the
know.
deck.
I'm gonna ask Bart what lotto numbers today. Jeez. Everybody's gonna ask Bart, how do you do it? Just have the deck hit you.
Yeah.
And true to form, Bart bets his hand and doesn't get called by anybody. Now that's a pretty scary board with that many callers. I don't blame him for betting that.
Yeah, but we could see. I mean, he was in no danger whatsoever.
Right. But he doesn't know that.
He doesn't know that.
Somebody has spades, somebody's got jack 9.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he talks about when you don't want to. There you go.
And I like if you're consistent and you always bet your hands. And I don't know if anybody at this table is actually paying attention, but if you're consistent and you always bet your hands, and you're always showing down good hands, well, it's easier to bluff.
Mm-hmm. I want to see him bluff one time.
I'd like to see it myself. You know what, though? Sometimes if you're running this hot, you don't need to.
That's true.
What's the point? He's hitting trips, he's hitting straights. And Keith is gonna. He checks the ace king there in the big blind. I'm sorry. I apologize. That was actually seat 3. That's Andrew, and he smooth called with the ace king in the small blind. And Jeff's gonna have some kicker problems here. $14 a month. I'm gonna save that and learning about players. And Andrew's not slowing down. Andrew hasn't played many hands. You gotta almost give him credit for something, don't you?
Yeah.
I don't remember seeing Andrew, mixed up in too many pots at all.
No, if I remember correctly, I've only seen him take in one pot.
If you play this game real patiently, though, if you're real patient and disciplined, you can win in this game.
You can win. You bore it out of your mind.
Yeah. And there he is, Grizzly Adams. Somewhere between West Virginia and Atlanta. They found him. Crawled out of the forest.
Who are you talking about?
Seat 3. Andrew, there he is.
Oh.
And I'm not sure what Jeff's thinking here. I mean, Jeff, if he puts
Jeff's
him on
thinking I have top pair.
Right, exactly. I mean, maybe he puts the guy on a straight draw. I mean, there are some draws out there. The guy could be betting a jack. He could be betting hearts.
David, I mean, you have to actually just kind of think. Sometimes people just play their own hand and aren't thinking about what other people have.
Without a doubt.
And he's just sitting there thinking, I have top pair.
Well, at this point, he's definitely going to call. And that's a nice value bet on the river.
There's a delay. Yeah. 5 to 10 minutes. That's why we don't let cell phones.
And you see that bet on the river? That's a $50 bet on the river. And if there's any criticism I can make of Bart, and I'm really good friends with him, when we talk all the time, we try to critique each other's play so we can get better, is sometimes I think he almost bets a little bit too much and doesn't get the call. Like we saw when he made that flush. Moves in for $500.
Uh-huh.
It's like, why are you betting so much?
Your play is always going to change depending on the
You honestly think people are bored enough to sit there and watch us?
So the game is a little slow. Maybe we need to have Spark pick it up and raise blind with 3-6.
I always chop if you want. I don't play if you want. I don't care.
And they're talking about chopping here.
If it's Bart, I gotta play because he don't chop.
Wow, look at that. Bart's actually adopted my policy.
He does not chop now, huh?
He does not chop in no limit. He only chops in limit.
Oh, okay.
He adopted my policy in no limit. And the reason I don't chop in no limit is twofold, actually. One being I want to practice, because in tournaments, obviously, you can't chop it.
Right.
And the other reason being is I have a chance to win the other person's entire stack in no limit.
Yeah.
You know, and that's. I think I'm a good player. I don't want to. I want that chance.
Right.
Oh, so you can't do it. Oh, we can't.
You can chop, but it just...
What you're saying is you chop, but you got to see what you have in your hand because there's a jackpot on for the game. You don't have pocket aces.
15.
I see what you mean. Forget about the jackpot. You're right.
If you don't have those, we'll chop that. That's what I'm saying. I'll chop.
And I believe it was a $15 raise out of seat 1 with King 10.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, he said top pair.
He checked, I checked.
And J-Ro is going to bet 30 and take it down.
Hands over, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I actually saw a movie today, and I saw J-Lo's preview.
Mm-hmm.
God, I hate to talk about movies during this, but just in the preview of Monster-in-Law. And I was like, man, they are just making any movie in the world these days. I mean, that's just like the biggest piece of garbage I've ever seen. Monster-in-Law with Jane Fonda and J-Lo, and you're going, Jane, what are you doing?
You know, I saw one preview for it. It looked pretty bad.
It's just, I was in the theater today, and I saw it. I was like, oh. I was sitting there with my wife, and we're looking at each other going, man, that is awful.
That's why it's about bankroll management, you know. It really is. That's true. Yeah.
But do they pay decent hourly?
Wow, for $2, Bart's going to throw it away. What did Bart have?
I don't think he's been showing unless he's been playing.
Yeah? Wow. And Jeff limped in first position with queens. Now, this is one of those times I don't mind the limp in with queens in first position.
Uh-huh.
If you're good enough to get away from it now.
Wait. It looks like the cards were, when he gets the cards back up there correctly. It looks like he had Queen Jack.
Queen Jack. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, he folded.
Okay.
He was kind of messing with his cards.
Okay, there we go. I was going to say that still, though, under the gun, there are times where in early position I will limp in with queens.
Mm-hmm.
And if it gets raised, I might re-raise it.
Yeah.
And sometimes I can disguise my hand that way, and I'm just looking to basically hit a monster.
Uh-huh.
But you've got to be smart enough that if the flop comes out ace or king, you've only got $5 invested, get rid of it.
Right. That's how I play my jacks a lot.
Yeah, I mean, hands like that, sometimes you get yourself in trouble, like jacks, tens. If you raise an early position, especially with the blinds only being 3 and 5, if somebody calls you, you're out of position. If somebody raises you, you don't know where you're at.
You don't know how many times I see, and I think it's one of the biggest mistakes I see players make with jacks, is they're in the blind, and it's only limped around, and they make it $20. You know, like in this game, make it 20, 25.
Yeah.
Not enough to get anybody out, but you're going to be playing the hand out of position the whole way through.
Yeah.
I mean, I just check the hand, try to hit something huge, and I mean, if you're going to put in a raise, try to pick up the blind.
Now,
Put in a $50 raise.
Keith put a nice raise in here. He bought himself the button. He had ace, king of spades, and he took it down. He took it down without a flop, and he won about $20 there. Now, the only time I will say, like sometimes in the $500 game, if I have jacks or tens in the big blind and I get 5 callers, sometimes I'll actually put in like a little pot builder raise of like $30 just to make it a pot.
But you can get away from it.
Oh, for $30 I can easily get away from it.
Yeah.
But I'm also looking to the point where I want to make it harder for them to get away from it.
Right.
Because
You hit it. That's
sometimes
it.
it's the reverse thing. Like, let's say in this game, I'm only invested $5. Let's say you have ace 6, right? And I have pocket queens, and the flop comes out ace queen blank. Well, if there's only $20 in the pot, you're not that much invested, you'll get rid of it.
Right.
But if there's $60 or $70 in the pot, well then, hey, you might not get rid of it so quick.
Right.
And that's how I look at it sometimes.
Yeah. But see, you can get away from it, where a lot of players can't get away from a hand.
Yeah, well.
So. And I'm talking the lower limits here, where we
Well, it
see
takes experience.
players can't.
It takes experience. You can't... And Bart's picked up a flush draw.
Yeah, if you're going to play Jack 7, you might as well hit that flop.
Yeah. Jack 7 is actually my least favorite hand in the world because I got knocked out of a tournament with it. And it is a pretty garbage hand because you can't flop the nuts. But you see the power of Bart's game here. He's only shown winners, so when he does bet, he takes it down.
This is just the power of Bart. Not even his game, just Bart power.
Oh, God.
I mean, he's so lucky he flops an ace when the guy has tens.
We're never going to hear the end of it. But it's a nice bet by Bart there. Heads up especially, takes it down. Yeah, being able to get rid of big hands like queens, ace, king, that just comes with hours and hours of experience. You can't read a book and get that. 'Cause it's like, you can read a book and somebody can say, well, if you have queens and the flop comes out ace, king, and 2 people bet, you probably beat.
It doesn't
Easier said than done.
Right, it
You've
doesn't
gotta
register it like it does when you actually experience it.
Yeah, especially when you sit around for hours waiting for those queens.
Mm-hmm.
Couple of wheel draws out there. And, wow. Actually, I think that's Joe. Yeah, Joe Carr. He's got 2 pair. Nobody's got a jack, though. Actually, nobody's got anything except him. Take it down, Mr. Carr. And I'm wondering that myself. We had one quote, one post from 2+2 saying the game is fixed. I'm wondering if the game is fixed, trying to make Bart look better than he is.
What?
Yeah, exactly. We'll turn the webcast off, and Bart will return all the chips to everybody.
We can't be nice anymore because we're on camera. The hell with that. We're going to start drawing cards.
That's right, Cassandra. Raise hell. And that's a nice flop for Mernzen. And
he's getting a lot of action here.
Yeah, with
they all have inside draws. 7-9 has a 6 draw.
Yeah.
Ace 4 has a 3 draw. Well, 8-9 has just hit 2 pair.
Yeah. Interestingly, though, I mean, seat 1, I don't think it wasn't checked on the flop, and J-Row actually had, 8-0 on the flop, but he stayed in there and got runner,
And
runner,
he
2
got
pair.
there, yeah.
That's a pretty bad beat.
you have 5 of them.
Well, let's see if the ace jack's going to make the lay down here.
That's a tough lay down, I got to tell you.
It is, because
I mean,
you can't put him on like a 6-7. He went called on the flop.
You're thinking of what this guy could have. You know, maybe he calls with Jack 10. You know, you could have had Jack 9 or something. Obviously got a second pair. You know, maybe somebody's got 3-4. There's no flush draw. It's a nice bet by J-Ro. He doesn't. Sometimes the stigma of going all in scares people instead of just betting out your hands. I happen to go all in, but
6-7. Not the best.
they put him on 6-7.
That's just totally ridiculous to put him on 6-7.
Well, I mean, it would be just as ridiculous as putting him on 8-9.
8-9, you're right.
So, I was actually reading this, and it's interesting. They said, like I actually said this last night, sometimes you're playing against players that are inexperienced and players that really use their imagination, you know, when trying to think of, you know, I look at a flop and I think of reasons. Is there any reason why I should stay in this hand? You know? And I'm really looking for any reason to get out. And if I find any reason to get out, I'm out. While these guys are really looking for, okay, there's got to be something I can find here.
Right.
And they stay in.
They talk themselves into it.
And sometimes you just got to go, I have no idea what you have, but I know you've got me beat. And Jeff picked up kings. I think he smooth called.
25. 25.
No, he did not. He raised $25. And Bart's going to throw it away, and Jeff's going to take it down.
I liar, you liar, I lie to you. No, I showed you. You see my jack? Alright. You liar, I liar. I'm a big liar.
You two liars, I'll look at you on the internet.
Right
and let's see which one is the biggest liar.
What time is it? Look at the...
So it looked like a regular listener of Live at the Bike joined 2+2 to make a comment about us, David. So I want to thank Deep Fried Hef for posting a nice comment about us commentating for 4 hours straight.
Appreciate it?
I really appreciate it. Thank
Got
you.
mostly cut off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You like it?
No, I liked it fine. It was my trim got messed up that week, so I had to get it.
That's what happened.
Yeah,
This still is so great.
I was growing it out. I tried to get my own haircut and got a little. No. Got a little out of whack, so I cut it all off. Start over.
I think Dimitri got the highlights now.
Yeah.
I'm taking seat 7, Dylan.
5 players. You got it, Dan.
5-way action.
Who's giving out the spinners?
Andrew's got a open-ended straight draw, and so does Cassandra.
Back out at the end if you're going to stay here all night.
I guess that's a check.
Although Andrews is slightly better.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Open-ended straight flush draw, thank you.
Yeah.
And he checked it around on the button. And now he's picked up he's got his flush.
Oh, those gloves. Huh?
But now that the flush is out there, he might have killed all his action.
$20.
I mean, he might get a call out of Cassandra, but now Cassandra hasn't even hit her hand. She's out.
Yeah, I mean, the way that it goes right now, David, I think he should have put a bet on the flop, but nobody really had anything then. He wasn't getting the call then neither. Nobody had a jack or a 9.
Well, Cassandra had 8-10. She might have called
She might have called a
open-ended.
little bit, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
And sometimes we've seen some people will call on the flop with nothing, with like the hopes of turning a draw.
Turning a pair and then rearing a pair.
I mean, it's
Second
easier.
pair.
It's just really easy for people to get away from a hand on the turn when you have nothing and the pot is nothing.
Oh, I bet.
You know, I mean, if the pot's $15, and now I've got 6 out of my 7 cards, and I've got nothing. Well, okay, now I'll get rid of it. You know, I'll let you steal it. I don't care if you're stealing it. I don't care if you have something. I have nothing because you're playing your own hand. Especially on the button. I mean, if he's in an early position, maybe you want to see what happens. But he's on the button. He's got to throw in a bet.
He had to, yeah.
Good night, everyone.
I mean, what if he doesn't hit his flush? I mean, you want to.
Well, I told you
Take
I
it
agree
down.
that he should have put in a bet, but I just didn't think he was going to get any calls.
Right. In that case, he might not have.
25.
Cassandra mixing it up. And you see Dan L there. Dan actually folded. He was in seat 6 in the big blind with ace jack. And Cassandra raises at 25 in the small blind, and I like his fold of ace jack.
And I liked her move. I liked her raise out of there. Everyone limps. Nobody shows any kind of strength. Putting a big raise. She hasn't played many hands.
She picks the
She
pot.
can pick up that pot right there. She doesn't need to make anything.
Yeah, and
she doesn't need to hit a hand.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I like the play by her. And Dan he knows how vulnerable ace jack can be.
Right.
I had ace jack. It's not a good enough hand to call you.
No, you're right.
What?
You're right. Not good.
You can watch it on TV.
So Bart has left the table.
Bart's left the table.
And Dan didn't take long to move
it's
on
8
over to
o'clock,
that seat.
so
Let's see if Dan can get hit by the deck.
Bart's taking his profits and running in here.
Yeah.
It's a losing proposition.
4 players. Okay, Dan.
15.
15 plus 50.
It's a pretty good flop for Dan there.
65 to me.
Raising 50.
Cassandra's also got the ace. Better kicker, obviously.
Yeah, she put in a raise there.
Nice raise.
A
She's on the
nice
button.
raise.
You know, I won't have much fun.
He's got some outs, though. He needs a deuce or a 4.
Now, he says he doesn't have much money, but relative to what he's put in the pot, because he only put a $15 in there and limped before, he's only put $20 in the pot. He has enough to get away from that.
And he does. Nice laydown by him.
The straight hits is good, though. Yeah.
And he only had 7 outs.
Better than I do Cassandra.
And wasn't getting the money to call. Wasn't getting the right price to call there.
Now, she only showed the ace, so obviously she had a better hand, and she didn't take anything.
Right. And like I said when we first sat down, Cassandra's, she bets it. She's probably got it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks for
And
playing.
Keith's going to take a break. He's going to actually
I got
leave.
a double here, Hamik. Pot's been raised.
Maybe I'll go out there and play.
Yeah, you should. I have to get home and do work, but
Okay.
one of these times I'll stay and play.
We're heads up.
Wednesdays is a good day, but they always put that
limit.
30-60 limit, yeah.
Ace 2-5 there.
Deuce 4 flop the monster.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Dan's got there. And
He ungot there.
He ungot there, exactly. And you see the play there by Dan. You see how he didn't bet the turn. And it's not a terrible non-bet because he kind of looked at it and goes, well, if the guy has the ace, he's going to call me.
Right.
And if he doesn't have the ace, I don't need to bet because I got the best hand. I got the king.
Right.
So there's kind of no value to betting there. See, I guess he figured, but in that case, he actually got sucked out on.
Uh-huh.
Okay, small blind here.
Unless you want to do me.
Once again, I am David Tuchman. I'm here with Shirley Rosario, and we are live at the bike. Unscripted, unrehearsed, unedited. We are playing a $200 restricted buy-in, no-limit hold'em game. Blinds are 3 and 5.
And this probably will be our last hand.
Is it? Wow.
Yeah, well, Bart's up on the table. He'll be in here in a little bit. We'll leave him with about 5 minutes of table talk. And,
Yeah.
we'll switch on out.
Sounds great.
I think, what'd you say, Bart was in here with Denny?
I'm not sure. We'll find out really quick.
Yeah, I'm really up for going to get Yana to come in here with him. He's had too good of a night. He needs to be tortured a little.
15.
Well, and look at this here. Jeff's got ladies.
Heads up for 15.
Jeff's got ladies. And seat 2, Mernzen has got, looks like, I'm trying to think, Mernzen's actually got 3 10s now.
40. 100. 100.
Oh, and see, and this is where
We're going all in here.
Jeff's in trouble. And that's a good hand to finish it on.
You want to
Yeah.
count on it?
See, that's where you talk about the
You're gonna
inexperience. You got to be able to get away from those queens.
Is that it?
Full
Oh,
house.
he got it.
Queen's
He
full.
hit it. I saw a picture. I couldn't tell what it was until I did a second take. Had to glance back there.
Oh my God, yeah, river.
Well, while they're counting these chips, I did give Russ from 2+2 a hard time, but now that he has put Koenig further down on the list, you're back up on my list.
211.
You're on my good side again, because I actually have personal issues with the guy.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look at that suck out by Jeff. Hey, it pays to be lucky, you know? I always say you'd rather be lucky than good, huh?
Yeah.
Actually, I want to be lucky and good, but that was, wow.
And so we're going to go to 15 minutes of table talk.
And that was the last hand.
Yeah, and then Bart will be in here, but it's been a pleasure, as always, David.
You must move.
Thank you very much.
I will see you in a week and a half or so.
Sounds great. Well, good luck in Tahoe.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll keep you posted.
We'll see you guys in about 15 minutes. Well, Bart will, actually.
Yes.
And the lucky, lucky Bart. Good night.
Bye.
Raise. 235.
Easy game. How you doing, Tony? Okay. He's king. I saw that hand once. Many months ago.
Thank you, Tony.
I'm on the internet. You're not. You're a new player. They put the black bar over your eyes.
Sure. Hamid, can you hit the fan?
It gets warmer when you lose a big pot, you know?
No, it's nice.
The lights are very bad.
And the pot was
This spot right here is cool. I just moved over and it's nice here.
30. Thank you, sir.
No, the wall is mine. Leave it.
Five players here. $50? $50 it is.
Anybody want to schedule for next month?
Guys,
Yeah,
please,
you gotta
hold
go.
your
You gotta
cards
act
until the
concerned.
hand's over.
I understand. I understand. Yeah, he was still thinking.
I know you may become bored. I'm trying to protect from a possible whatever, or I may have, you understand? So,
Thank you. Big line, Tony?
When did you stop playing?
Yeah, once in a while.
That's for next month.
Tony, big blind. Don't muck it, okay? Tony. Big blind. Don't muck your hand.
oh, don't knock your hand.
Long time ago.
You feel better than you play?
I go both good.
Okay.
I'm all around, man.
3 players.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
15. Threes full of jacks.
That's the last three.
You got a better kicker.
Tony.
That's a better kicker, huh?
Yeah. I don't know. They don't have any.
You don't play tournaments.
Every time I play, I waste my time. Every time I play, I waste my time.
You take a lot of time. A lot of time consuming. I'm not done, no. If they're empty, fill them up.
$20.
Felipe.
Okay, heads up, 2 players for $20.
$20.
$20 bet. Quarter. 25.
I'm all in.
See what I mean?
Make a move. Give me something. There we go.
They went down, chop it. All right. Okay. Chop tomato.
How much is it?
Okay. And the ball? And the plate.
177.
I'll call.
Call.
Nice call.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for playing. I got a seat open, Hamek. Would you like the big blind, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can act again.
$20. Heads up. Okay, Dan, you're first. No. 25. I think it's 100.
You got a 10 by action on the blind steal.
Wayward. That means you can take your picture and display it online.
Yeah.
Do whatever.
Thank you, Tony.
So they take your picture and put it on.
Just in case.
Girl.
Oh, are you serious? I had today that I had my allergies and I didn't feel well at all.
Small blind. 3.
What is
Big blind.
it?
You're out. Big blind here.
That's enough, right?
What are we doing now?
You're big blind. He's out. He's out. And you get to go first. Three players.
So on the internet, do they see everybody's hand? Is it up at the top or something?
It's a computer graphic like they do on the World Poker Tour and all that. It's just they feed so that the guys can program it in. Yeah, they pan out. You get to see the face and you see like the whole tab. Yeah,
just like you see on the
pretty much, yeah. Okay, I got a small blind here and a big blind.
What about your name? They put your name?
Only, I guess, what they have on the sheet.
They do put that up.
They do put your name.
No, they don't put it. They just announce the people's names. First name only. Usually.
I don't care. I'm just curious. I would like it.
$30.
I'll take 700. They're going to see that you guys are really tight. You won't even play for $30.
I'm telling you, you got 30.
Perfect position, right behind the button. You want in? You're in.
Look.
10s are better. I'm calling you for 30. Maybe up 8s, I'll think about it.
I got one for you. I need chips on 4, Donna. Edgar.
What'd you do if it was your turn, Tony?
Oh, shit. I don't know.
He's in the blind. You get an option. Check. Mr. Button. Go ahead.
Time.
Yep. Take your time, Cassandra. You didn't muck, right? Okay, good. Go ahead. Okay. 4 players here. You check. He's first. He checked.
I checked. I thought you bet.
No, he just called the flop.
Time ago, yeah.
Is it to me?
It is to you. There we go. I think we're caught up.
Check.
King high.
7. Oh no! Wait a minute. We split. 7
King
with a
7
queen.
with a queen. Queen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I don't think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's right.
There's no other pair.
There's no other king. There's no king on the board. Okay. There's no king on the board.
You've been on before.
Yeah, I've been
on before. Oh yeah, lots of times. He's a veteran here.
Okay.
Tony, big blind, yeah?
Yeah, I know.
There's a board a mile long for a 200, but a seat open here.
Yeah, not everybody wants this game, is the problem. Tony, you're in the blind. $10. players. Okay, Tom. $25. Thank you, sir. So if Yeoman started, you know, win one or two, and then that's ESPN next year, brother.
Yeah, that's right.
Books after that. $10. It fits better perfectly square. Yeah. Yeah, they like them just right on there because it's hard to tell.
Right on the first screen is
Can I go home and watch this?
If you subscribe to the archive, do you subscribe?
No, I usually just pull it online.
I bought the archive. It's worth it.
Oh, it costs money?
$14.95 a month.
$14 a month, but it is worth it. It really is.
Time.
Why do you feel
Actions
it's
here.
worth it? Why do you feel it's worth it?
To see how people play. To see how, the flow of the game. Learn a lot of stuff. I learned that Tony bluffs too much.
He's a stiff when he plays here.
I've learned a lot about
He'll
Tony.
probably bluff over there.
3
but not
players.
here. He wants to be shown as a stiff, so when he bluffs, they won't call him.
You can learn things about yourself, too, watching yourself play.
15.
How much they charge?
$15.95 a month.
For the archives.
Yeah, that's like one little bet.
To see
All the games. Anytime.
Certain days they do that.
I can
Not
do
every
Saturday 3 weeks ago. I can
It's pretty good.
The tightest t-shirt in your closet, the tightest jeans.
9's a pair.
When you're watching, you can fast
Thank you,
forward
sir.
through, I play in a hand in this game, and I wonder what everybody has. And I can go tomorrow and watch it.
If you play here like regularly every Thursday or whatever, knowing who you play with really makes a difference. With the big blind? No? He wants 3 of his chips.
One?
Yeah.
3 yellows?
Okay, boss, you're up. Okay, 3 players.
I want to say hello to my buddy Ernie, who's probably watching me
$10. Still 3 players.
I hope they got that on TV.
We're going to go to $40 raise. Okay, heads up. 50.
What do you got by
That's 5 too.
How did I know that?
I think his house is full.
I think I only not have a flash.
Wow. You do have 9s in there, huh?
$5 bet. That's a good bet, huh? What do you think about that bet?
But I got out.
Thank you, Tony.
I wasn't watching.
You weren't watching a $5 bet?
No, I didn't see the first bet, so I didn't want to.
We did not know that. You have the best hand.
The re-raise all in.
So,
I usually move all my chips in with a straight flush too.
You really do that?
Yeah, especially when I got bets into me.
Pocket 9, man. Pocket 9.
Pocket 9s. That would have been the first time on the internet to hit a jackpot. You'd be world famous. The guy with the bad beat on the internet.
The guys on the internet
Mind
would
getting
have
a
been really
heavier
impressed
every
if you
night on
didn't
the
show it.
internet.
Heck no.
I was hoping you have 2 9s.
4 players.
I don't think you'll win with 2
I'll take the money, you take the title.
Is there food at this table? Line up in there?
You want service, Dan?
In a little while. I'm not going to eat till I win 1 hand. I don't won 1 yet. You got your fan club watching now?
Okay, we're heads up.
No, I just wanted to make sure that you get to the call.
Oh, that's the fan. I don't know.
60?
Yeah, just pull it out. The guy that wanted it is gone. Yeah.
Huh?
What do you have to be down to buy up?
I think below 50. Or is it 100 in this one? I think it's 100 in this game, right, Tony? Below 100, you could buy up to 3?
Yeah.
Below 100.
Actually 300.
And we are back. This is Bart Hansen. David Tuchman's going to join me for the rest of the show here in a few minutes. I'm fresh off of a $900 win in 2 hours in this game. I have to say, I was getting a little bit lucky. Seems like there's a bunch of new players in there since I stepped away from the table.
20.
Seat number 2
It was before I dealt.
is going to race to 20 from the button. It's got a suited ace. Muck and a muck. And seat number 2 is going to take it down. You know, it's funny. I was talking to David before I came into the booth about my play. And he said he really liked my play, but he said I overbet a few hands. And what I was trying to do was really use reverse psychology and try to have somebody pick me off. But all those of you out there familiar with the show know, like, I like to fast play in this game. I was a little bit upset that I didn't get called with the ace-10. And I bet $40. People on the table looked like I had 3 heads when I told them I had ace-10, and I bet like that, but I really did. Trip 10s on the flop. Looks like we got limp, limp, limp. 7-way action. Flop is a deuce 4-6. There's 2 hearts on the board.
30.
Seat number 8 is going to bet with his overpair. He's limped in with pocket 9s. He's going to bet $30 into about a $35 pot. Button's got middle pair. He's open-ended. It's about a $60 bet, $60 pot, 30 to call. Muck and a muck and a muck, and pocket 9s is going to take it down.
Yeah, large one.
Seat number 3 there,
Thanks,
that's Andrew. Seemed to play pretty tight when I was on the table. Someone said that he had mucked a pocket pair to a $15 raise or something like that. And he mucked there with the second pair and open-ended straight draw. Couple of limps there.
4 players.
4-way action, $20 pot. Seat number 5's got an ace-king. And she's flopped top 2 pairs. Let's see how she plays it. She's first to act. Looks like it checks around. She checks her top 2 pairs. Her third heart comes on the board. It's going to give seat number 9 a flush.
45.
And now she's going to bet $45. And she's in big trouble. Seat number 9 has a made flush. It's Jeff in seat 9.
Raise it to 90.
He's going to double the size of the bet. He's going to raise to 90. Seat 5's got the ace of hearts there, too, so she's got a pretty powerful hand. She's got a nice redraw. It looks like this, she pushed
5 over.
Looks like she's pushed the... Is it the rest of her money all in here? No, she's got more. Looks like she just called. So we're going to see the river. She's going to draw to a heart here, or an ace or a king. River's a king. River's an ace, excuse me. She's made aces full of kings. Unbelievable.
Go ahead. Flush.
And unbelievable, she checks the made full house, and the flush checks behind her. And I got to tell you, folks, you know, I preach, don't slow play. She's got the made best hand on the river. She doesn't get the guy to bite. I remember her doing this earlier in the night, too, with a made straight with Jack 9 when I was at the table. She checked the straight. She didn't get a bet, and she's missed a bet here. She's going to take it down with aces full of kings. That is, wow. It's a little bit flabbergasting
If
there.
they put it over the window and they could type it in fast enough, yeah.
Again, and she had the ace of hearts there.
This
She
is
had
for the rabbit can.
top
If
2 with the
somebody
ace of
bets
hearts on the
in
turn. I'm
gold,
surprised all
they
her
can
money
see
didn't
what the
go in
last
even on the
card is.
turn there. And then she makes the best hand, and she checks it at the end. Again, folks, I really preach fast play in this game. You saw me play for the first 2 hours, and I won pretty big. Obviously, I was getting a little bit lucky with the cards there, but I got to say, when you have the best hand, bet it. No, she's got ace-king again. This time it's suited, big slick suited.
Okay, heads up.
Heads up against seat 9. Ace-king against deuce 3 suited. Now she's flop top pair here.
Yes, sir.
And she's going to bet. And she's going to take it down.
Thank you, Cassandra.
Boy, she really put out the bait there for the guy with the made flush, and the guy had the presence to mind to check right behind her. I don't know if I would have checked right behind. She might have gotten my chips there at the end, but maybe he had some sort of read on her.
Look at the large mocha from Starbucks.
Unbelievable hand as we come back here. Pocket queens for seat number 3. It's going to bet $20.
Pot's been re-raised to 40.
Seat number 5, I can see a queen there.
Raise and re-raise my blind.
Seat 5 is re-raised. I can see one red queen.
He doesn't care though.
Seat 3's got two black queens, and I can see that Seat 5's got one red queen. So you wonder if she's got pocket queens as well.
Heads up.
And she does. It's pocket queens against pocket queens. A couple of black queens against two red queens. Let's see if somebody outplays each other here. It goes check, check on the flop. Turn is a deuce. Remember, a bet and a re-raise. A raise and a re-raise on the flop. Flop comes with an ace high and it goes check, check. Turns a deuce. Now seat number 3 is going to bet 50. And she's going to call. It's going to be a chop pot here, but you wonder if someone can make a move. River's a 5 of diamonds. Remember, this guy checked up front on the ace-high flop. And it's going to get a call, a $50 bet on the river and a call. And the pot's going to be chopped.
Wow.
A little bit passive there.
You're betting scared and I'm not.
He's betting scared and you're calling scared.
Well, you know what I mean with this right here?
We make $2 there.
That's precisely. You should push the all in. Yeah. Or I should have done it. Either you or I. Either one. I should have done it.
You know, I got to tell you, if I have re-raised the flop and an ace comes and it's checked to me, I might put a feeler bet in there. Actually, I'm definitely going to put a feeler bet in there. Depending on the action. It seems like C3, the way he's been playing all night tonight, he probably would have mucked when I bet on the ace.
$25, pot's been raised.
Cassandra's going to come in from seat 5 with a $25 raise. She's got ace-5 suited. Button's got an ace-7 suited. He's going to muck. Look at this. Seat 9's going to come into the hand. He's got ace-6. He has the best hand. 3 of the aces are dead, though. Flop is a 7, queen, 4, 2 hearts. Check, check on the flop. Turns an 8 of hearts. Both players have got gut shot straight draws, and it goes check, check again. A 9 of hearts comes on the river. That's going to give ace-6. Excuse me. I'm sorry. No, it doesn't give anybody a straight. No one has a heart.
Ace high.
And
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to chop this.
It's going to be a chop pot. And David Tuchman, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you very much. Good to be back.
Dave, you know, I saw that you were watching that hand with the aces full of kings there.
Okay.
I was flabbergasted, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to be hard on people. Cassandra seems like a nice woman.
Good luck to all of you.
She does. She's really sweet. But that's just... I mean, Jeff's got all those chips there. Those chips should be in her pot. I mean, that's just... Oh.
You know, I've seen Cassandra make some great laydowns in 2040. I consider her one of the stronger limit players when she's on the table.
Yeah?
She really is, and I don't know exactly what she was thinking there.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Dave, it's time and time and again in this game, people just have this urge to slow play because I want to catch someone, and they just don't bet their hands, and it just...
I think she did put him on the flush because she raised and she smooth called him. And I think she just thought she'd get the check raise in there on the river.
Unbelievable, the guy checked right behind her, though, huh?
Yeah, that's surprising.
Yeah.
That is surprising. Surprising it didn't at least put a little value bet in there in the river. Congratulations to you.
No, thank you.
Well played. Everybody got to watch you dominate the table there for 2 hours.
I got to tell you, I got a little bit lucky.
Hey.
4-7 king rainbow on the flop. Pot was limped around and goes check, check, check. Turns a 7. Dave, it looks like queen high is the best hand right now. Cassandra in seat 5. River's a 9. That's going to give seat 4 the best hand. Yep. 9-10.
He had a flush draw there. He picked it up on the turn.
He did. And now he's going to bet. It's Gary in seat 4. I don't think he can be called by anything here. And he's going to take it down.
That's one thing. I mean, I will say, obviously, that you got lucky with some nice flops for your hands. But
ace-king is suited versus pocket
thing.
queens and 10s. That was
comparing
really
it to Cassandra there, you made the most of your opportunities. You know, you got paid off on these opportunities, and that was that's key in this game. You know,
I was telling people before you came in here that we had discussed a little bit before I came in the booth that you thought that maybe I overbetted myself out of some value on some made hands at the end.
Yeah, we had discussed that while you were playing, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And
I kind of was going for that reverse psychology thing. I was hoping that someone might think that I was trying to drive the table around and pick me off. But overall, I was pretty happy with my play. I know that I won some hands without the best hand.
No, yes, you definitely did.
5-way action here. It's limped around. Queen 9 deuce. Wow, 3 spades.
Tony's picked up the nut flush draw.
He's going to check it, though. And it gets checked around. Turns an ace. He's got the nut flush draw and top pair now, Dave. You'd think he's probably going to fire in a little bit here on the turn. Tony in seat 6. No, he checks again. Wow. River's a spade. No one has a spade except for Tony. And it looks like no one really has anything except pocket fours and looks like a deuce 8 and a deuce 3 in there, so he's probably not going to get a call, and he's not.
Yeah, I played with Tony numerous times, and he's a professional poker player, and he's got an interesting style, I got to say. That's all I can say.
Again, I think sometimes people come to this table and they get kind of mired in fancy play at the 200 table. Now, obviously, if I was at the big game, I probably would have played some hands differently.
Right.
But I really think, especially after watching this game for the last 4 months, that straightforward, solid play is the best way to play at this 200 table, and the 3-5 for that matter, too.
We were saying that straightforward play. This game, you don't have to get fancy at all, which is the point I was making when I was saying that I thought you overbet a couple of the pots and could have probably bet a little more for value.
3-way action here. It's been limped around. 2 people have picked up flush draws here. Seat 8's got top pair. He's going to bet it.
I haven't won a hand here. Not one of 5.
C2 is going to call. Looks like C3 is also going to call. The chance of the flush coming is pretty slim here, Dave. With all the spades out.
Only got 7 spades left.
8 on the turn.
40.
Seat number 8's going to bet.
It's about an $80 pot here, and they both fold it.
And he's taking it down. And Dave, you were telling me that one interesting hand I had with Queen 7 when I flopped up and down against that guy in seat 8.
Mm-hmm.
He had King Queen, and I guess I did overbet him on the turn. I really thought that he might have had a draw that I wanted to get him off him and make him pay for.
Right.
But, that's just one of those things.
No, without a doubt.
Yeah.
I think sometimes I do it myself. I know sometimes I give a player I'm playing against more credit than I should. They might be, and sometimes I'll try to do a reverse tell, and I'll act strong when I actually am strong, and I'm almost giving them too much credit, as opposed to just playing the game straightforward.
20.
Seat number 2 there on the button. That's David. He's going to race to 20 from the button. Excuse me. He's got Queen Jack offsuit. We have it up at seat 3, but it's actually seat 2, and he's going to take it down. Oh, both players. Both players had Queen Jack offsuit, excuse me. Dave, I got lucky one time, too, when I flopped the nut straight. Mm-hmm. I bet a guy raised, and the guy with all the chips called. And I really think it was a proper move at that point for me to go all in with 2 clubs on the board, with that type of board.
Yeah, obviously you're not privy to the information that we were.
Uh-huh.
We knew that he was drawing dead to everything but a tie. Mm-hmm. And of course, I think you've got to protect your hand there.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
20 and a hot tea maybe.
Button. Mr. Tight there, Andrew. He's going to raise to 20. He's got pocket jacks.
Yeah, he's real tight.
Yep.
He's in the pot. I'm out.
Couple people have ace queen.
Sir?
Yeah.
If you're ready, I can order. Yeah, I want to.
C2's in there with the 7-8 offsuit. So it's about an $80 pot here to the flop. King deuce 7 rainbow.
Check.
And C2's picked up a pair of 7s, but that's no good.
Well, now C3, when it gets checked to him, he's going to bet. He has the best hand.
And I like the bet. He can't be scared of that king.
Well, that's one of those types of rare flops where there really is absolutely no draw.
There isn't, but that hasn't stopped Jeff before. And look, he folds.
I got beard.
And C2's thinking, is his second pair good here? I think one of the other things that you can pick up too, Dave, is that when you've got two other people in the hand, and I'm sitting there in C2 with 7-8, and the guy bets on that flop, those other two people don't have a king, usually.
Right.
So the chances that he might have a king are a little bit more.
Oh,
right?
without a doubt.
Yep.
Definitely. And especially this guy here, we called him Grizzly Adams before. And he's real tight. I mean, he's only played a handful of hands. You got to give him some credit. Show him some respect because he probably has something good. When we see him he's shown queens, jacks.
Remember another, let's see here, a limp in seat 3. He's got pocket 7s. Mr. Tight, Grizzly Adams. And it's going to get limped around. 5-way action.
No raise there in late position with 7s.
Deuce 8-3.
That's a pretty good flop for 7s.
2 hearts.
20.
He's going to bet 20. And he does have the best hand here. 6-5's got a gut shot straight draw. She mucks. And it looks like everyone's going to get mucked.
And that's surprising. Jeff has really tightened it up. Earlier in the game, he had ace-jack there. He definitely would have taken one off. I mean, I saw hands before where the flop was king 10-4, and he would have ace-6 and take one off. You know, I mean, Shirley, we're kind of wondering what he was looking to get. Obviously, just an ace.
You know, I don't know if you caught some of the hands from early position that I mucked, but I had mucked an ace-jack.
Oh, yeah, we did notice that. Actually, I was commenting on the fact that you're a winning player, a professional poker player, and the fact of the matter was your hand selection in early position was extremely tight, and in late position you really wanted to see a lot of flops, and that's the recipe for winning poker.
Especially if the guy in seat 3 who almost had me covered on the table was in the pot. I was definitely in there with any 2 cards.
30.
Right.
Cassandra's going to raise to 30. She's got a king-jack suited.
Tony smooth calls.
He's got ace-king. He's in the small blind. Seat 7's going to muck. And look at this. Seat 8 is mucked also with the ace-jack. Looked like he had limped in, and he mucks to a raise in early position. So it's heads up. King-jack suited against ace-king to the flop. 4-10-3, 2 hearts. That's going to give Cassandra a flush draw with overcards. Let's see how Tony plays this. Remember, Tony just smooth called, and he's going to bet 15. Cassandra just flat calls there. Turns a heart. That's going to give her a flush. I think Tony's probably going to need to slow down here a bit just with ace-king. He doesn't have a heart. No, he's going to bet right in here, Dave. It's like he's betting 75. 60.
60 plus.
And Cassandra's going to raise. She's going to raise it up, make it 120 total. And I really can't see how Tony could call this, Dave, unless he's planning on making some sort of move over the top, but he's drawing dead.
Yeah, this is one of those where he just kind of looks at it and goes, oops.
And
especially with Cassandra. One thing I've noticed with Cassandra is she's not betting unless she's got it. I haven't seen her bluff all day. Actually, with the exception of a few bluffs you made, I haven't seen a bluff all day.
You know, I have to tell you,
your bluffs were hardly really bluffs. I mean, the one time you got the bluff with a 10-9, you won the pot with the worst hand, but you had a draw and the other guy either had nothing or something. It's been a pretty straightforward table where people basically making hands and paying off.
Well, I can remember one time that I had 9-10 of hearts and the flop gave me nothing. I checked the turn, and the river was a 3rd diamond with an ace, and I bet the guy off, and I know I must not have had the best hand.
No, you didn't. Yeah, he actually had a gut shot straight draw. He had jack high.
Oh, so he didn't have anything.
No,
okay.
But he did have the. There's a nice shot of Maria.
Look at this. Cassandra's got pocket aces in seat 5. Seat number 1's got pocket kings.
You raised 15. Oh, excuse me. It'd have to be
35.
Have to be at least 35.
So it's a $15 raise there by Jay in seat 1. Cassandra's going to re-raise, it looks like, to 45 total. Oh, we can see some fireworks if we see a raggy flop here, Dave.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. So it's heads up. It's about a $100 pot to the flop. Flop is a queen, deuce, 8, 2 hearts.
And in this case, you don't really hit a raggy flop.
Look at this. King's checks, and you got to think he's probably going to check raise here, Dave. Sandra's going to bet $20 into a $100 pot, it looks like. You got to think maybe seat 1 just seeing if he could trap with a smooth call.
Yeah. Against certain players, it's kind of a scary board because if you put somebody on a big pair, you go, well, if they had aces, they had me beat. If they had queens, they've got me beat now.
He's going to the chips here, Dave. It looks like
he's racing.
He's going to raise to 40.
I cover.
All in.
And she's moved all in over the top now. Boy, this is tough if you're kings to get away from here.
It's tough him.
I mean, he only has about 130 left. Pot was about 200. Now her another 200 there. It's about a $400 pot with another 150 to call.
Now it's raised pre-flop, so you start playing it backwards. What kind of hands could she have?
Well, she re-raised. She re-raised, yeah.
So she could have ace-queen. She could have pocket queen. She could have pocket aces.
Again, it's about a $400 pot and 130 to call. Excuse me, about a $330 pot because he doesn't quite cover it. And another 130 to call.
You're not going to call me. You only bet 20.
Looks like he just check-raised her the minimum there, Dave, on the flop. She bet 20. He check-raised, made it 40 total. Now she's re-raised to 200. And that's probably going to cover her. Let's see what he does here. He's going to call. Turn is a queen. They've turned over the cards. River's a 3. Cassandra's going to take it down with aces.
He made the queen. Oh my God, I got lucky.
Well, I don't know how she got lucky. She seems to be...
she got lucky by getting dealt aces when he got dealt kings.
Yeah, that's lucky.
There's luck.
Dave, I don't know if I get away from that hand either if I'm kings.
No, it's very difficult too. The only reason, obviously, it's real easy for us. We're in the booth. You can put Cassandra. You know she's a type player, and what kind of hands could she have? And she re-raised them.
I don't necessarily think that I would have check-raised her the minimum there. I probably would have check-raised her all in or a little bit more. Scared of the hearts, possibly.
Yeah, well, you got to try to think of what might she have, Yeah.
Obviously, if she has pocket queens, he's in bad shape. And if she has pocket aces,
queens, pocket aces in bad shape, right? The only thing he can beat is pocket jacks or ace king of hearts, really.
And is she the type of player that would re-raise with pocket jacks or ace king of hearts?
And I don't think so.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why you might be able to, because it's her.
20.
But obviously we're
privy to seeing the cards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Easier said than done getting away from pocket kings.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad flop for either one of them, huh?
It's a 7-5 king, 2 hearts. Seat 7 is going to bet with top pair.
45.
Looks like seat 9 just smooth calls there. Ooh, turn is a king. This is Dan here in seat number 7. He tells me he's a subscriber and he loves the show. He's telling me on the table.
Oh, great. Hey, Dan's a class act. I really do like Dan.
I love the bet here, too. I really do, Dave.
What's he betting?
Looks like he's betting about 120.
Yeah.
Or actually, he's moving all in.
Moving all in.
Yeah.
Well, do I gamble?
And this is one of those where he's only got, actually, 7 outs, not even the full 9, because an ace of hearts is no good.
Right.
Actually, I'm sorry, 8 outs, because the king of hearts is in his hand.
And he's going to muck. And the only thing I can say about that hand, Dave, and I probably would have done the same thing that Dan did there, is what you had said before. You might tweak your bet to the point where if you think the guy's on a flush draw, bet enough so that it's not really good enough for him to call, but don't bet him off the pot.
Right. Might be. In that case, I think that. How much do you think the pot was there?
It's about 150 to 170.
Yeah, so in that case, I mean, it was, I think he only bet out 120, so it's probably a good bet there.
Yeah.
Do you have a boat? No, but I could have filled up in there.
Could have filled up. I was like, did you have the boat? No. Could have filled up.
Pay $14.95
Was it ace king? Was it ace king? I am going to pay it.
Cassandra's got an ace-queen offsuit here. She's going to limp. Three-way action here. Limped around.
Yeah, your king was no good.
$15 pot. Look at this. Seat number 9's flop top 2 pairs.
I haven't kicked it.
And seat 1, we can't see his cards right now.
Yeah.
But he's mucking, so.
I believe you.
Seat 9's bet $10 here. Kind of a mini bet. And he's going to take it down.
He takes it down. Well, Cassandra's a smart player. You know, she realizes that ace-queen is just ace-queen. And with that kind of flop,
yeah,
ace-queen is garbage.
You know, there are a couple of plays, too, Dave. Most of the ace-kings that I was dealt in early position, I limped in with all of them.
Yeah.
And I actually moved a guy all in who had about $80 left.
Excellent
Moved
play.
him off of pocket 8s.
Really like that play.
I really figured that, I was surprised that he laid it down so quickly, but I really thought that, you know, at that time I'm willing to gamble with ace-king.
Well, I think it was one of those times where you weren't, obviously, you looked at how much he had.
Right, well, absolutely.
And if you were going to raise, you raised the 60, and then you're kind of pot committed anyway.
Yeah,
Why not
yeah.
just move all in?
Yeah.
But I like that play. I like the aggressive style.
Three players.
Three-way action here. It's limped around. 8, king, 10, 2 hearts.
Dan's got the second pair here.
He does, and he looks like he's in position, and it gets checked to him, and he's going to bet 15. Seat number 1 is going to call. Again, we're having trouble seeing his hand, so we can only speculate. Turns a king. It's Jack 10 against a mystery hand. It goes check, check there, Dave, on the turn.
Yeah.
River's an ace.
I have a 10.
And it goes check, check on the river.
I have a 10 jack.
And it looks like seat 1 is turned over queen 10.
So they're going to chop it up.
And they're going to chop it up.
They both have kings and 10s with an ace kicker. And there's a real fine line when you're playing poker, especially no-limit poker, when deciding what to bet. One of the reasons why beginners and inexperienced players, it's a tougher game to get to go, because not only do they know what cards to play, but how much to bet. And it's a real fine line with getting a call, but then getting that bad beat, and you don't want to get those bad beats. So sometimes, you know, there's a lot to be said to just taking the pot down. You know, so I can't fault. Hey, anytime you take the pot in,
You got a special
you know,
glass,
hey,
you got to turn your cards over.
better than losing, right?
Time.
Again, and unless the chip stacks are extremely deep, especially in a 200 game where they usually don't get that deep, I really think that fancy play is kind of out the window.
Yeah.
Now,
No.
3-5, you go and you've got a game that's been going for 5 hours, and you've got 3,000 in front of you against another guy with 3,000. All right, you get fancy a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Got a soundtrack.
Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody here. We are live at the bike. Unscripted, unrehearsed, unedited.
6-way action. Cassandra's flopped trip queens right away. We've seen her slow play all kinds of hands, and she's going to check from up front. Looks like seat number 7 is going to bet the flush draw here, Dave, with 3-6 of hearts. Now, if she checks from out front, how about throwing in a check raise here? She's got Jack Queen. And that's what she's going to do, Dave. She's going to check raise.
Well, that's her style.
Have you been drinking, ma'am?
Yes.
And the thing with Cassandra is it's
Dan's going to muck.
Dan. It's an easy muck for Dan. Cassandra's she might as well turn her cards face up.
It makes me bet.
I mean, she's a sweet woman. I love her. She's great. But she might as well turn her cards face up. Well, she bets she has it.
But I like the fact that she check raised there as opposed to just smooth calling, because I think, you know, she's just slow played down a couple of hands where she just lost a lot of money. But Dave, when you bet into a flop that's paired there and you're on the flush draw and you get check raised from somebody up front, the chances that they're doing that on the same flush draw are obviously small.
Yeah, well especially, I mean, Dan's been playing with Cassandra for the last couple hours. I haven't seen her, and I don't think anybody at the table has seen her raise a draw yet. She only raises when she has a made hand. And those are things that you have to watch for.
Pot is limped around here, 4-way action. 5-3 king, 2 diamonds. Seat number 9 is flop top pair. He's going to bet. He's going to bet $10. And he's going to take it down, it looks like.
And the one thing I'm saying about Cassandra here, because obviously she's winning today. She's doing very well. Mm-hmm. And like you said, you liked her playing 20. And in this game, straightforward play does take down the money most of the time. And she's winning tonight. And I think she'd have a problem in the 500 game playing it this straightforward. But it's just a technical thing. You can look at her, and I know you're watching. When you're playing with her, I'm sure if she bet, you were pretty much out.
Well, I think to play devil's advocate with you, I think the same thing could be said about me. You know,
to a degree. To a degree.
I mean, the only problem I had with Cassandra is that she slowed played things that I never would have slow played.
Right.
I remember a maid straight on the river, and then that ace-king kind of debacle there.
Right.
Yeah. Now she's got ace-king. Let's see what she does here. If she just checks or if she's going to raise. She's in the big blind, it looks like.
10 more.
And she's just going to put kind of in a pot builder race 10 more. Seat 9 mucks. You'd figure that C3 is going to come in with the suited connector here for 10.
Yeah, especially on the button in position. I like it.
I don't really know the purpose of that raise, Dave, because I think that any kind of overcards that aren't a pair are hard to play out of position.
Yeah, no, definitely. And
Check.
6, 8, 10, 2 diamonds. It goes check, check. Looks like C3's flopped the 8. Now he's got 2 pairs.
25.
She's actually drawing dead.
Honey, don't call the 25 until the money's on the table.
Drawing dead to a tie. If a 7 comes out, they tie it up.
Do not call the 25.
And
Or any player's money unless...
he takes it down.
Cassandra checks, and seat number 3 bets them and takes it down.
I mean, I guess sometimes I'm watching this game and I'm getting flabbergasted myself because I'm just going, why would... I'm amazed that some of these other players are actually paying off the other players. Because I haven't seen anybody here bluffing at all. So to me, it's like, man, if you bet, they got it.
I understand. But see, I don't understand why. I don't want somebody to say something and then put something else out. That's why I repeat what they say.
Sounds like Cassandra was a little bit irritated
I understand you too.
about the chips there.
And you even see there with Cassandra, she raises with the ace-king to take control of the hand, but then doesn't even bet the flop. She checks it.
Tight Grizzly there in C3's got pocket jacks. He's going to raise.
He's gone from Andrew to Grizzly Adams to Tight Grizzly.
He's raising it up to 25.
I mean, I'm sorry, if you're playing in this game and you pay this guy off... I mean,
yeah, it's 20 more.
Tony's going to muck his gap-suited connector. Couple gaps.
Seat 7.
And C3's going to take it down.
Sure. Yeah, I'll get back.
Thank you.
You want to know which events I plan to win?
Yeah.
Hey, don't forget, you can still sign up for the archives. You can get access to this show, all the past shows, future shows. Just $14.95. Go to www.thebike.com and click on the on-demand banner.
Yeah, I was going to vote 3 chips.
He changed his mind. He knew he had lousy cards.
I gotta say, Dave, that's probably one of the
I heard 20.
best sessions that I've ever had in a 200 game.
Yeah?
I don't get a chance to play the game that much.
I was telling Shirley, I actually think it's the easiest money in the casino.
Well, I think I like the 3-5 game myself, but obviously that's only a couple weeks old.
It's
so.
very similar to this game, though. Doesn't it play the same? Just a little bit more money on the table.
Cassandra in seat 5 looks like she's going to raise. I can see 1 jack.
50 is the bet.
And it looks like she's got ace jack offsuit. She's going to bring it in for a huge raise from the button. With ace jack offsuit. Seat number 8 has an ace 10 offsuit. He's limped and he's going to muck. And seat 9's got an ace 9 suited. Please join us for a big game tomorrow, $500 min buy-in, no max buy-in, no limit game, 5-10 blinds. It's kind of the flag. I was saying it's kind of the flagship game of the show because I really think that we've seen some of the most exciting play in the entire webcast.
Well, it's no limit to the real definition of no limit.
I was telling Dan, Dave, when Legends comes around, I'm going to predict that we can get some gigantic no-limit games on this. Like 10, 20, 20, 40 no-limit games on this
without a
table.
doubt. Minimum $2,000 buy-ins, without a doubt.
10.
Seat number 9's got a king 10. Pot was limped around pre-flop. He's going to bet on his top pair. King, jack, deuce, 2 hearts on the flop.
10 to you, Dan? 10 to call, sir?
Seat number 8's got a 9-4 offsuit. Looks like he's going to mark. He's played pretty tight tonight, too.
Yes.
You know, Dave, there's another hand I kind of got lucky on. Limped in with an ace-4. 4 on the flop.
Yeah.
Took one off.
You
I had
actually
odds to take one off for 2 pairs.
The interesting thing is you actually had the best hand on the flop.
Really?
Yeah.
I was really thinking about raising it, actually.
Yeah.
But I just kind of threw in a call.
Threw in a call, see what
Yeah.
happened there. You actually had the best hand on the flop and just improved.
Yeah.
There were a couple of wheel draws I remember out there, I believe.
And I could... the guy didn't mean to show me in seat 9 his hand, but I think that he had an ace because I think I saw the side of it when he mucked.
Uh-huh.
I think he bet on the ace. I put in a huge raise and he mucked.
He did.
Yeah.
He did have the ace, and I remember he had an ace deuce. So he had a wheel draw with the ace.
Cassandra, she's gonna... Looks like she's gonna put in a mini raise here, Dave, and I think she's got kings in seat 5. Kind of dangerous. Looks like she just made it 10 total. Look at this. She's flopped top set right off the bat. Someone's on a flush draw, though, seat number 6 next to her. Look at this. She's checked the set of kings. Ugh, turns an ace.
Well, that's going to help. That helps Dan there.
And look at this. Dan's going to bet with the ace.
Well, he's got the ace.
I'm almost positive Cassandra has kings. We can see one king there. I can't tell. She might only have king jack. Really trying to make a look. No, she's got kings. Obviously, she's going to check raise here, Dave. She's got kings.
Right. Like if you weren't sure, now you're sure.
Yeah. Looks like she's going to make it 140 more.
I'll tell you one thing. If I'm ever playing with Cassandra and she bets into me, I'm not going to believe her. Because I know she check raises her big hands.
Look at this. Seat number 6 is on the flush draw. He also has a gut shot wheel draw here, Dave. A 5's going to give him a straight. A spade's going to give him a flush, and that's why he's thinking so long.
Well,
right
he's
now.
got. He's thinking about it. He thinks he's got 9 outs with the spades, and then 3 additional outs with the 5, so he's got 12 outs.
And it looks like it's all good. That's Tony, but he's got a mock.
With only 1 card to go, though, it's not worth it. Not for $100.
And look at this. Dan shows an ace. And again, Dave, Cassandra has made $25 on that hand. She's flopped top set with kings. There were 4 or 5 people in for a minimum raise. And, you know, she's happy that she's won the hand, but she's won $25 on that hand.
Exactly. She's had the kind of, I mean, she's getting the golden luck that you got before. And, yeah, she's winning pots, but, like, when a guy has a flush and you have the aces full of kings, and when you have a set of kings and somebody else has the ace.
And a flush draw, someone in between's got a flush draw.
You got to make money on those hands.
Yeah.
The next night, it's not going to happen that way. The next night, you're going to have kings, and somebody's going to flop the ace, and you're not going to get it. So, you know, when the poker gods shine on you, you got to make sure you get them.
Raise.
Well, see number 2 here in the big blind. He's got pocket queens. He's going to raise it up to 15. Looks like seat 8's got a gap-suited connector. He's got 6-8 of diamonds.
I had 5
That's
in.
fine. That's fine.
20 total. Oh, I see. Okay, I apologize.
So you are ready.
3-way
Yes,
action
I am.
here.
3 players.
Ace 7-7.
That's 15 X Street.
X Street?
Yeah.
40.
C2's going to bet about $40 into a $50 pot, and he's going to take it down.
And I just want to emphasize the importance of that. He raised in the big blind.
Really?
And when you raise in the big blind, you almost have to bet no matter what the flop is. I'm not saying bet blind, see the flop, but you have to bet it because if you check it, you know, you're giving the pot away. Unless you're trying to induce a bluff. I mean, you can't be immediately scared of the ace because they probably assume you have the ace because you raised.
Well, you know, the funny thing, I was actually thinking kind of the opposite a little bit there too, Dave, is that the big blind, I know that a lot of times I'm not necessarily going to raise with ace-king, ace-queen because I'm out of position, but possibly a big pocket pair like queens, kings, or jacks. Right. So when the ace comes on the flop, maybe if you're in position against a blind guy, you might want to put a smooth call in and see what happens on the turn. See if he checks you on the turn. Again, that's just my opinion. Queen 7 deuce, rainbow.
Yeah.
Turn is a 7. No one really has much of anything. River's at 3.
What do we have? Pair of 3. Sevens and trays.
Looks like
I got kings and threes.
King 3 is going to take it down there from seat 9.
King kicker.
And he is.
And I actually agree with you in that
You know what I'm
sense.
saying there, Dave?
No, I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
I think the other players, I'm saying the pre-flop raiser,
Oh, absolutely.
he's inclined to bet that flop. Now, obviously, the other players can read him for kings or queens and say, oh, come on, you're full of it. You don't have an ace.
I'm just saying, you know, especially if my ace king or my ace queen are unsuited, I'm not necessarily always going to raise out of the big blind because I think it's tough to play that hand out of position. So if an ace comes on the flop and I've raised, you're more likely apt to put me on kings, queens, or jacks.
Oh, without a doubt.
It's just something to think about. Sometimes you
If
can...
an ace falls, I'll often raise the
blind raiser.
I'll raise the blind raiser because I'll to see if he really has an ace or not.
Three-way action here. It's limped around. Four-way action, excuse me. Deuce, deuce, 10 on the flop. Button's going to make a position bet with Jack 8. Seat number 9's got top pair, though, Dave. He's got 8-10. Looks like he calls. 8-10's going to check again here. Jack 8 is on a total bluff, but he's firing for chips.
45.
He's going to bet $45.
Seat 2 he's kind of he's something we haven't seen at this table all night. He's playing his position. He's a little more aggressive than the rest of the table, and he's trying to take it down.
It was a $50 pot. He's bet, looks like 45, so it's 95 and 45 to call. Again, a $95 pot, 45 to call. Look at this, 8-10 bucks. Power position, right?
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, I honestly, I don't know what seat 2's name is.
David.
David. There you go. Good name. Well, he's something we haven't seen at this table all night. A guy who's not just bluffing on the river, not even just throwing in a semi-bluff raise, but he's out and out just bluffing, using his position. Which can be very effective in this game, especially if you get a passive game like it is now.
Dave, might we see you in a game, maybe, I don't know, tomorrow, whenever it's available in the big game?
I'd love to. I think I'm actually commentating tomorrow night, but maybe afterwards I can get in. Unfortunately, the 500 game has been so popular lately.
Well, we can't.
I haven't had a chance to get in there.
We can't. I don't know. You didn't realize when you said it, but I don't think. And the reason why we didn't do it that way. Well, let's play this hand and we'll discuss it afterwards. Ace 3-7 rainbow. Dan's gonna bet. Queen Jack, and he's going to take it down. It's kind of a little bit of discussion of whether the commentators should play, and I don't think it's really fair to commentate first and then go play.
No, not in the same game. No, it's not normally.
Yeah.
Now, last night I was actually forced to play in the 30 game because it was short. So they threw me in there. And
I ordered some food about a half hour ago.
Did you commentate last night?
I did commentate the first 2 hours, and then I jumped to the game.
Oh, that didn't even click in my head, actually.
But unfortunately, I mean, they had no choice. They had to put me in the game.
I think it's a little bit different limit, though, too. Right?
Without a doubt.
We'll be here within the next 5 minutes, I guess.
Now, generally speaking, I mean, everybody has access to the same archives I have, so we can all kind of study each other now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, hopefully I can play tomorrow night from 6 to 8 and then jump in here from 8 to 10.
Sure.
But we'll see.
Seat number 2, he's raised with the King 10 offsuit. Look at this, though. Tony's re-raised with Ace King offsuit. He's made it 60, and he's going to take it down.
And I like the play here by David. I mean, he's being aggressive, but at the same time, though, he's not. He can get away from a hand.
Yeah. King 10 offsuit is obviously not one of the premium hands.
No, it's not. But I've seen a lot of players, once they put in some chips, they can't get away from it.
One of the favorite hands I played tonight, Dave, and I wish I could have got a caller because I preach it all the time, is when I limped in with Ace 10 and the flop was 10, 10, 8. And I bet right out I happened to not get callers. But, boy, that was a scary board for me. It really was.
It was, yeah. I mean, obviously, we saw the cards and we're going, slow play it, Bart. Nobody's got anything. But, obviously, you don't know that.
Option.
Power steering.
We got three-way action here. It's been limped around. We haven't seen a lot of pre-flop raising here all night. 7 deuce 7, 2 hearts.
Who says 7 deuce is the worst hand in poker?
It was jacks a while ago. pair of jacks.
See if someone can bet and take this one down. Turns a 4. Seat 8's going to bet. He actually has the best hand.
And you see here, I just want to make one point here. If we can get a close-up of seat 3's chips here, Andrew's chips. He's got about $400 in chips there. Now he bought in for $200, so he's up $200 in about 3 hours. He's having a nice night, right? And I think he can beat this game. We keep pointing out that basically if you're patient and disciplined and you play straightforward poker, you can beat this game. And that's what Andrew's doing. Now, he'd have a lot more trouble in the bigger game with, when players are playing a little more advanced. But he's obviously patient, and it's working for him.
Seat 8 is limped in. Seat 9 is limped in. Seat 4 is limped in. Seat 9 looks like he's got 1-5. I can't tell what the other card is. Flop is Jack 8-4. Dan in seat 7 is going to bet right out. He's got top pair, Queen Jack. And he's going to take it down.
You can look him down. I think that's a pretty nice middle class area. Also shouldn't be too bad.
I don't know if I can afford 2 houses.
Turner would be down.
Got a limp here from seat 4. Three-way action here. $15 pot. $18 pot, excuse me. 8-10 queen.
Wow. Everybody's got a small piece of it.
Tony's got second pair with a gut shot. He didn't bet it from position.
They've all got straight draws.
Yeah.
40.
It looked like... I couldn't tell there, Dave, if seat 4 bet and Tony raised. No, it was checked. Tony's going to bet 40 now.
Wow, in seat 9, Jeff is...
he's going to call.
Yeah.
I like it better here than the Veloce.
It's about a $100 pot here, Dave. Rivers is 6. And that's going to be a chop pot if I'm correct, Dave.
That saves him there.
But look at this. Seat number 9 is going to bet right in.
I like to bet.
Looks like he's going to bet 75.
Nice bet there.
60.
And obviously they both have 2 pair, 10s and 6s with a queen kicker. Your best 5 cards play here.
$60 bet into a $100 pot, so it's a $160 pot, 60 to call here for Tony.
Well, I mean, you think about it. Tony didn't bet the flop, So this guy puts him on a little, he's a little weak. Give it a shot. Tony's a classic. He watches a little too much of World Poker Tour because he takes a long time on all his decisions. And I'm all for taking a long time and really thinking about it, but...
Well, Dave, with the board pairing there, it's probably going to make me more apt to call because it's going to be a chop if the guy has a 10.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to happen.
10s. 10s and 6s with the queen. Take your money back.
Chop it up. And Tony, he takes his time there. He really does replay the entire hand in his head. I just played at the table with him where sometimes in big ones, he'll take 5-6 minutes, and sometimes it gets a little unbearable.
I can be guilty of that sometimes, too, a little bit. I don't think I was taking that much time tonight. But.
No. And you know what? Once in a while, hey, I allow anybody to take once in a while. But Tony is he'll do it all the time.
Small bet, sir.
And
the call is always worse than the bet. If you're betting, they say, well, he's aggressive. If you're calling, they say, an idiot.
He almost bought it, though. Good try. Nice try. Almost got away.
Exposed card, 8 of spades. Leave the pitching to the dealers here.
Yes, sir.
Option.
I apologize.
And it's limped around 5 ways. It's a $25 pot. Up is a deuce 8 jack. There are 2 spades. Seat number 9 there. Jeff has got the best hand. He's going to bet $10 right away. See what seat 8 does here on the button. He's got pocket 9s. Wow, Dave, and he mucks. It's a good laydown, but a lot of times you're not going to see that.
Yeah, am I going to NASCAR this year? Yeah, I'm going to try to. I went to the one at the Speedway out in Irwindale.
Are you doing fantasy now? You say you did that last year,
No, I don't do fantasy.
Just want to remind you here, we are playing the $200 restricted bind game. Blinds are $3 and $5. The blue chips you're seeing out there are $1 chips. The yellow chips are $5 chips.
I've been good for a while.
If you have any questions or comments, please email us at live@thebike.com. We do read them.
Seat 8 there has raised. We haven't heard from him for most of the night. He's got ace-king offsuit, and he's going to take it down.
Hold it a full house.
every race you
Just 2 of you, though? Oh, that's cool.
And actually, I want to mention, too, about the Live at the
We did that
Bike
for a whole season, too.
email address. And Dave, I probably should have told you this before the show, but
It really does.
up until tonight, we're just pretty much looking at the posts on 2+2. Our email has actually been having some technical difficulty with it, but it will be up tomorrow night. So if some people have been emailing and wondering why we hadn't responded, that's why. I apologize.
And just a comment, Russ McGinley, he was talking about my reaction time and just said something there, and I do appreciate that, Russ. And it's nights like these that make me not be able to. And I'll leave it alone there.
Dave, Grizzly tight out of the small blind. He's got pocket aces. And he's going to raise it. He's going to make it 15 total. Seat 4's called with an ace-queen suited. Seat number
call there.
Seat number 7's in there with queen 10 suited. And seat 9's in there with a 4-5 offsuit. So
I like his hand.
$60 pot to the flop.
I like the 4-5.
Boy,
Not anymore.
Dan might be in trouble here. And seat 4, excuse me. Look at this. Ace-queen and queen 10. 2 players flop top pair. Tight Grizzly leads out strong. And ace-queen's going to call.
Well, that's a tough hand to get away from there. Top pair, top kicker.
Let's see what Dan does here with a big bet and an overcall. He quickly mucks. I love the laydown, Dave.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, you're not playing queen 10 of hearts and a raised pot to get top pair here.
Yep.
Especially with a bet of 100 and a call of 100.
So it's about a $260 pot. King comes on the turn. Tight Grizzly goes all in, it looks like. And seat 4 is going to call. Seat 4 is going to have to get lucky, or is going to have to hit a queen on the river. River's a 7 of clubs. Seat number 3. Andrew takes it down. There you go, Dave. Straightforward play, playing really tight, and he's made some more money.
It amazes me that he gets paid.
Chips, please. No limit 4.
Well, I don't know what I would have done. I'd have to take some time to think about that if I'm sitting to his left with ace-queen.
Without a doubt. But there, you know what, though?
No limit 4.
To me, if a player that tight, who's played literally 10 hands all night, if he raises, I don't call with ace-queen.
No,
it's a
agree
hand that
with you
gets you in trouble. Don't call with it. Because if you're up against aces, kings, or queens, you're in a whole heap of trouble. And if you're up against ace-king, you're in a heap of trouble. Ace-queen is just an easily dominated hand. It's the reason Doyle Brunson says it's his least favorite hand. He hates it. And when you do call with it and you hit top pair, you get yourself in a lot of trouble.
Small blind's going to muck, and it's Tony against Cassandra heads up with some garbage hands. 3-5 suit and 4-8 offsuit. Look at the flop there, Dave. Ace jack king.
3 to the pot. Did you both check, sir?
Check, check. Turns a 6.
Nobody's got a pair. Nobody's got a draw.
Well, Tony's going to put in a small bet. He's going to bet $7. He's going to take it down.
Hey, why not? Nice bet by Tony. I mean, I'll tell you this. I mean, obviously, I'm guilty of myself sometimes, but nothing upsets me more about my own play. If I go home on a night and I realize that I paid off a rock, you know, I don't want. You know, if a tricky player makes me make a play, or you know, if I lose money to a drunk or something, and you know, he was playing a lot of hands and I got confused and I thought he was weaker than he was. Okay, but if I pay off a complete rock, that pisses me off. It really irks me. It gets me upset because it's just, God, it's like paying off Larry. You know?
Larry, of course, one of our buddies that works there. We've seen him on the show a few times.
I love Larry, but I mean, if you pay him off, come on.
Well, look at this, Dave. 4, 10, 5. 2 players have flopped top pair. Seat number 6 has got an open-ended straight draw.
30.
6, 7. And seat 9 has got a gut shot. Seat 4 is going to bet 30. Cassandra's going to check call here with Jack 10. Tony quickly mucks the open-ended straight draw there, Dave.
Really?
Wow. Quickly mucks, and there's no flush out there. I'm a little surprised by that.
Yeah, especially in position here. I mean, well, after her at least. That's a...
Seat 9 mucks the gut shot.
Does he not have a lot of money in front of him, maybe?
Maybe.
I'm trying to think if that's...
Turn is a queen.
Wow.
And it goes check, check. Seat 4's picked up a flush draw. And Jack 10 is going to take it down.
Yeah, Jack plays here.
Jack.
Boy, Dave, you know, if I'm sitting there with 9-10 and Cassandra's checked me on the turn there, and I got a spade draw with a pair,
yeah,
I really think I'm going to fire at it in position.
You got to fire at it. You know, sometimes you got to give your opponent a chance to fold,
especially if it's overcard too. There, it comes on the turn, right?
Yeah, you got to give them. Sometimes people forget that. You know, they go, I got unlucky. You beat me on the river or something like that, and you go, well, man, if you bet, I would have folded. You never gave me a chance to fold. You kept checking. It's really important to fire. It's important to bet.
Five players.
You got 5-way action here. It's limped around. Looks like seat 8 has flopped a flush right away, and he's played pretty tight. 10, deuce, 6, all diamonds. He's checked the made flush here, Dave. He's got a gut shot to a straight flush draw, too.
And seat 1's got the king of diamonds.
So just check next time, okay?
Looks like seat number 4 has just mucked the hand.
Yeah.
Turns a queen of diamonds. That's going to give seat 1 the higher flush, Dave.
Yeah, now he needs 9 of diamonds, or he's in a heap of trouble.
And he's checked. Seat 1's bet $40.
He cannot muck. No.
And it's up to seat number 8 there.
And once again, slow playing. You preach it all the time, and you just can't. At least he mucks it.
Look at this. Joe mucks it.
Only in the internet.
No, down there too. All live games. Okay. That's why I didn't want to even get into it. I know so. I've had hundreds of arguments at the tables with foremen.
People can surrender their head. I mean,
Yeah.
check him out of time.
You can talk to the foreman about it. That's what I want to say. You're not allowed to.
They're discussing the fact that seat 4 mucked the hand as opposed to checking, Dave, which I guess technically is against the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Well, you're not you have a responsibility to protect everybody else's hands. And obviously, if you throw your hand away out of turn instead of checking,
it's one less player that person after you has to deal with, right?
Exactly. And pretty much, if everybody acted whenever they wanted to act, it'd be anarchy. It'd be chaos. It'd be crazy.
4 players.
4-way action here. Can't quite seat 1's hand. 8, 4, 7 on the flop. It's
not a bad flop for Jeff there. He's got overcards and an open-ended straight draw.
And he's going to bet right away, $10.
Holding to no action.
Seat 1's going to call. Again, we don't know what he has. Cassandra mucks. Dan mucks.
Holding to no bet.
So it's heads up.
Killing the action. They say there's 3 of you at the end. and now you're out at the small blind. You throw your hand away. You've left the better and the other player alone.
Turns a king.
You know, it's just not fair to the other.
Heads up 10-9 against a mystery hand here, Dave.
I know. That's all.
Jeff's going to bet at $15.
Killing the action.
Brian's actually explaining the rules here to the.
No, I just don't know.
He's got 5-7 of clubs here, Dave. Seat 1 has got 5-7 of clubs, so he has the best hand right now. He has third pair, and he's going to call. So
he's got that straight draw too.
Yeah. Turns an 8. Seat 1's got the best hand. Let's see if Jeff can bet him off of the hand.
I don't think he's betting enough there. Oh,
Look at this. He bet, and he looks like he bet about $50, and Seat 1 mucked.
So he was actually going for the straight there.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that his straight was no good. Had he hit the 6, he would have lost anyway. Wow. Surprising.
Huh? I'm telling him each time. I don't. Small blind. I'll try to stay on top of him. Okay.
Can I have a Coke?
They actually asked Jennifer Harmon what her biggest pet peeve was about poker players, and she said players that play out of turn, or in that case, folding out of turn.
Tony's going to raise it up. $20. He's got ace queen offsuit. He's going to take down the blinds.
What do I owe you?
I had some Chinese-style salmon. I don't know if you guys got a shot of that when we were playing.
We didn't, actually.
Oh, really?
I was trying to search around for food, and how was it? That's good. Yeah. Check out Cassandra getting the massage here. We got great masseuses here. Only charge $1 a minute. And if you play the $500 no-limit game, I know Mo will buy you a massage. Come on down to the bike. We are only 15 minutes south of Los Angeles in Bell Gardens.
Got a limp here by seat 4. Cassandra's going to come in with a pocket pair. He's just got pocket 7s.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff looks like he's got a 5-6 offsuit from the button. He's come in. And we're going to see 4-way action.
Excuse me, 5-way.
5-way action, excuse me. 6 ace deuce.
Not a bad flop for seat 4.
Seat 4's flop, top 2 pairs. He checks from up front.
She did check.
See what Cassandra does here. She's going to bet pocket 7. She bets $20.
I haven't done anything here yet.
She made no movements, and this player checked out turn.
Now Jeff on the button, he's got second pair with 5-6. Looks like he's reaching for chips here, Dave.
And this is one of those cases somebody might say, wait a second, Cassandra doesn't have the ace. She doesn't have 2 pairs. She's betting. She still has a hand, though.
Well, she has second pair, really, and an over second pair to the flop.
And in an unraised pot, you know, she can assume nobody's got an ace, and she's right. Nobody does have an ace. Oh, actually, somebody does have an ace.
Someone's got slow playing top 2 pairs.
Right.
And he's just going to smooth call here. So it's about a $70 pot. Turns an ace. That's going to fill him up. Aces full of 6s. He's going to check, and Cassandra's going to continue to fire here.
Yeah, well, the second ace actually helps her hand.
Absolutely.
Think, you know?
Absolutely.
She's figure, what are the 50. Chances? And she's actually drawing dead.
Now, she's bet 50, and he's just smooth called. River's a 10. Ooh, if it was a 7, man, we'd see fireworks.
And that's got to shut her up, I mean, because there's no draw out there.
And now he's going to bet. He's going to bet his aces full of 6s. Looks like he's going to go all in. Doesn't look like he has that many more chips left there, Dave.
No, probably about $75.
It's only about a $170 pot. So the pot is about $240, 75 to call. And she is going to call.
Yeah, there's no draw out there. I'm surprised she called.
And the river was a 10 of hearts. And he's going to take it down with aces full of 6s.
And there's sometimes you just got to replay the hand and go, okay. Now I know on the turn another club came out, but on the flop, ace 6 deuce rainbow. When she bets the 7, what could he possibly be calling with? Right? There's no flush draw. There's no straight draw. You know?
Small blind, big blind.
Is he bluffing? No. Yeah, you missed some fun action. Shirley and 2+2 were arguing.
I heard. Well, I always say that I actually, I love 2+2. Even the critics out there, I have a lot of respect for people that actually enjoy the show. And I've thrown out some questions about, what do you think about a time change? And because it's the forum that we look at, I really appreciate all the comments. And I don't care if they're negative or not. I mean, if they're negative or positive. 3, Jack, 9, 2 clubs. Jack on the turn. Jack of hearts on the turn there. Again, the board is 3, Jack, 9, Jack. Seat number 4 is going to bet with ace queen. He looks to have the best hand, and he's going to take it down.
Well, in the end, you know what I always like to say is, because you and I sometimes get in heated arguments, not even arguments, but debates about poker. And I think in the end of it all, it's because we all love poker. We like talking about it. We like playing it. And obviously the people on 2+2, the people that are watching this webcast, we enjoy poker. We want to get better at it. We like it. It's like a psychological warfare. And hey, that's what we're here for. You know?
Pocket jacks here for seat number 6. That's Tony. Looks like he's just limped in, Dave. And he doesn't get to re-raise, and I think that probably was his intention. We've got an ace-jack and a 9-10. Tony's bet $10 into the board. It's deuce 6-6.
And you see right away, you see tight Grizzly in seat 3?
Yep.
He's not chasing.
He's got ace-jack, yeah.
Not chasing. He's not like that. He's got a made hand, he plays. He doesn't have a made hand, he's out.
9, please.
The one thing that's great about this webcast that I absolutely love is the fact that we get everybody in this. Anybody can come down to the Vice Casino, sign up for it. You know, sometimes you get in the game right away. Sometimes you have to wait around for 5 or 10 minutes, and you're in the game. Boom. You're on the web. You're on the internet.
You know, it was funny, Dave. Robert Turner came up to me today, and he told me that Barry Greenstein was watching our webcast when we were doing the mixed game, which was very difficult for us because we couldn't see the cards with the Padoogie, and relayed the message that he thought that we did a pretty good job doing it. I want to continue to repeat that this is the only cash game that has ever been, you know, televised webcast, whatever you want to call it, when you see the whole cards. It really is unbelievable.
Yeah, no, and it's a great learning tool. I've literally watched for hours now the 30 game, the $500 game to try to pick up on tells and habits of players and habits of myself. See, you know, what I do well and what I don't do well.
Pot was limped around. Deuce Queen 3 on the flop. It got checked around. A 5 of spades comes on the turn.
Cassandra's got the best hand here.
River's an 8.
Cassandra.
Looks like she's
I'm
still.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Number
Jeff.
9 does.
Yeah,
Yep.
Jeff's got the best hand. I apologize.
He's got her out kicked, and he's going to take it down.
Now, see, too, David. He was a little aggressive early on, but he's kind of quieted down. He bluffed at one pot, and that was pretty much it. Now he's kind of like he's content just waiting for the cards.
Raise 15.
Jeff's got the roller coaster stack of the night, I tell you that much.
Yes, he does. David's going to come in for a raise there in seat 2. Looks like he's got an ace 8 or ace 9 suited. Ace 7 suited, excuse me.
And you see how tight Andrew is. Andrew had ace deuce suited, actually. Ace deuce of hearts. And he threw his hand away, not even a second thought.
And it's heads up here. Ace 7 suited against Jack Queen offsuit. Look at this, the button flop top pair here.
Yeah.
Let's see what the original raiser does. Looks like he's going to bet. Pot's about $45.
Well, he has no problem betting it.
He's going to bet 15, and he's going to get raised by the button.
I like the raise there. Nice raise.
Well, you know, more often than not, I'm going to raise with top pair, but, you know, the thing that I've learned, you know, myself by watching these games, especially at the upper limits, is that a flat call in position can sometimes be as strong or even stronger than a raise.
Oh,
now, obviously, with a queen, you're vulnerable to overcards coming on the turn, like an ace or a king.
Right.
But sometimes you might want to mix it up a bit.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. The nice thing about raising there is it also, first of all, gives you a chance to win the pot right there and then. Secondly, it also sets up later plays if you want to raise later on to get a free card on the turn. You can misrepresent your hand.
Now look at this tight Grizzly Andrews got pocket aces in seat 3.
So anybody gives him action here.
Looks like he's raised it maybe to $20. Tony's got a queen deuce suited in the small blind. Wow, he's going to call.
Yeah, that's
looks like he just raised it to 15 there, dude.
Even out of position, I just don't see the call there. What is he looking to hit there? Now, pocket sixes, that's a little bit different. He doesn't quite have enough money to make a call profitable, but at least pocket sixes, you have a hope for you're hitting a 6.
And pocket sixes is going to call. And we're going to see a flop. It's about a $50 pot. Look at this. Tony's picked up a flush draw, Dave. Queen deuce of hearts.
And he's actually in pretty bad shape right now.
He's going to bet. He's going to bet $20.
His overcards are not, and his queen is not good.
Let's see what tight grizzly Andrew does here.
And I like it. He's going to raise it up. He's certainly not going to make it worth his while. Now, by the way, this is poker theory. Whether Tony hits his flush or not, he is not getting the right price to go for his flush.
And there's the flush, Dave, on the turn.
Yep.
Unbelievable. And look at this. Andrew checks right behind him, and a fourth heart comes on the river.
And unfortunately, he does not have the ace of hearts.
No. And what is Tony going to do here? He's got the flush, but it's just the queen high flush.
Well, there's a second nut flush. Mm-hmm. Somebody could have 5-7 of hearts, but I think he knows he doesn't have it.
Someone could also have the ace of hearts.
Well, right. Yeah. The second nut, I meant.
Yeah. And he's going to move. Looks like he's got maybe 100 left there. And Andrew.
If Andrew makes this lay down, he's my hero.
Well, he's played very, very tight all night. Of course, he can't beat a king. And Tony bet right out on the flop, Dave. So he can't beat a king or obviously one heart.
That's the saying. There's a lot of cards you can't beat here. You can't beat a king, you can't beat a heart.
Yeah.
And I'd love to see him lay this down.
And he is going to lay it down. It's a good
nice play.
And I agree with you there, Dave. Especially when you got raised on the flop, you really can't call with just a flush draw when you only have that many chips left.
And that's why I want to just... The one thing everybody looking at it go, well, Tony won the pot. But in the end there, poker theory says if you're going to keep playing it, I know it's hard for people to understand this, but Andrew actually made money on that hand. In a strange way, he made the price for Tony to pay it not worth his while.
Over the long term, if that hand is played out in that manner, C3 is going to have a positive expectation over the result.
There's no way Tony's going to make money on that. Because he's paying, I think he paid $80 to win a $60 pot. And he's only going to hit the flush 30% of the time. And with no implied odds there because he didn't get paid off.
Right. Well, and that's even a greater point there, too. You're up against an extremely tight player who doesn't pay you off with an overpair. So you got to take your player into account, too, right, Dave?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the reason I like to call with the pocket sixes better, because the pocket sixes, the aces won't be able to see it and more likely to get paid off. But the flush, everybody sees a flush.
6 players.
Well, we're going to see 6-way action here. It's been limped around. 9-7-4, 2 diamonds. Cassandra's picked up a flush draw.
She's got a pretty strong hand. She's got a hand. She's got 2 overcards and a flush draw.
And she checks it, and the flush comes on the turn for her.
Bam.
And no one's got the ace of diamonds, so looks like she has an unbeatable hand. Yeah, there's no straight flush out there. She's going to bet $50. Strong bet there.
$50 into about a $25 pot.
And she takes it down.
Takes it down.
Well, it's funny. I'd seen a post earlier on 2+2, a guy that was new to the forum, Dave, that said that it was amazing how Cassandra was betting her hand too strongly and chasing away all the action when actually earlier on she had just done the opposite.
Yeah.
And now it kind of seems like, Dave, I never fault somebody for betting their hand in this game. I don't care, what anybody says about trying to get fancy with it.
I'm not saying fancy. I always point out, I just go, you've got to bet it to the point where, you've just got to make it, you have to make it unprofitable for the other person to call you, but at the same time, get some calls. You want to get paid off in some of these big hands. And there's seat 1 actually is flop top pair.
6 queen 10, 2 diamonds. He's going to bet. Looks like he's betting 20. He's going to get called by Grizzly Andrew there with a gut shot.
Bam.
He's got a double gutter, doesn't he, Grizzly Andrew? 8-9 there. 7 or a jack's going to give him a straight.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a double gutter. And seat 8 has gone all in. He's got 2 pairs, and everyone's going to muck. He's check raised with bottom 2 pairs, which is a very vulnerable hand.
Yeah,
and
well,
he takes down the pot.
That's a nice play there because it is such a vulnerable hand, and he knows it. Queen comes out and his hand is garbage. He knows that. I mean, just to point out, not to harp on the last hand there when he had the aces there, you got to realize, obviously, you can't always judge a person's play by the results. You know? So.
We have setup. Floor man. Setup. Setup. No, sir. I'm just trying. We haven't had one in a couple hours. You can only request it on the hour past the half hour. That's why it's only about 2 hours.
Seat 4, I don't know if he's put in a mini raise there.
Raised
Pocket,
to 10.
yeah, he's raised to 10 with pocket 8s.
Okay.
Gary. Seat number 1's going to come in with a jack 8 suited Jay. So it's jack 8 against pocket 8s. Boy, what a scary flop for pocket 8s. Ace 9 queen. Pocket 8 leads and jack 8 mucks.
Thank you, Clark. Blinds.
And I'm just commenting here. Russ McGinley is talking about seat 5 and other players. How he's noticed that
Russ McGinley on 2+2.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. How she notices that Cassandra in seat 5 leads out with her draw or weak hands and always check raises her big hands. And that's the kind of observations.
It's a pretty astute observation.
Well, that's the kind of observations that you need to make when you're playing No Limit Hold'em if you want to be a winning player.
So we're going to see 4-way action here. It looks like it's been limped around. Deuce, Queen, Jack, Rainbow flop. Seat number 1's flopped a gut shot.
So I checked around you, sir. All right, here we go.
Dan's got the best hand in seat 7. Now seat 1 picks up top pair. Goes check, check all the way around again. River's a queen. Look at this. Seat 1, I believe, still has the best hand here, Dave, and he does with ace
30.
10. He's got aces and queens with the jack kicker. It's kind of a scary board to bet into there, Dave. I don't know if I would have made that bet from up front with only an ace.
Yeah, I'm surprised Dan, actually, in seat 7, I'm surprised he never fired at it. I mean, in late position with second pair,
yeah.
I mean, I would have liked to see a bet on the flop, to be honest with you.
Well, he's a pretty tight player, obviously.
Which is even more reason why to bet at it, you know? He's going to get respect.
That's right. That's exactly what I said.
It's nice that we have the 500 game tomorrow night because it's such a contrast, such a different game.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Again, though, I think a great majority of the people watching this are the recreational player are going to be playing in this game. And this is the game that you want to watch because 500 game really is a professional game, Dave. It's an advanced game.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. It's just nice to see the game played differently.
Yeah. 3, 4, 5 rainbow. Seat number 9 is picked up top pair with an open-ended straight draw. Andrew's going to lead with ace 7 there, Dan. He's got a gut shot with overcards. He's going to bet $15.
Wow.
And you wonder what Jeff is going to do here with top pair and an open end. No, he's just going to call. I was wondering if he was going to raise it up there a little bit.
Now, you think Andrew can fire again? Let's see.
Turns a king. See what Andrew does. It goes check, check there.
Yeah.
And then 10 comes on the river. And it goes check, check. And 5-6 is going to take it down. And Dave, I think that's a perfect example of that hand in tomorrow night's game playing out a lot differently than it did in tonight's game.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Lines, please.
You're going to see more movement, more moves.
Well, there's more bluffing. You've got more money behind you, so you're capable of bluffing more. Mm-hmm. And you just see some more advanced moves. Players obviously have more experience and use it. In this game, as a lot of the people on 2+2 are posting, is this game is generally, play it straightforward, wait for the nuts, and bet them, and you get paid off.
5-way action here. Limped again. 7, 8, 5. 2 clubs.
Well, this time Andrew's got the open-ended straight draw.
Seat 9 there. He's got 10-8, so he's got top pair. He's going to bet. Andrew calls with the open-ender. Seat 4 calls with second pair. Three-way action. Turns a 4. That's going to give Grizzly Andrew the straight. And he's going to bet it right off the bat here. Looks like he's going to bet about 60.
31.
Oh, 31, excuse me.
I like the bet there. Because you know what? Most people say, wait a second, he'd check raise his main straight. He wouldn't do that.
Jeff's going to call there with top pair. River's an ace of spades.
I'll tell you, betting into him like that is a very Bart-esque move, I'll say. I like it.
Look at this. Grizzly Andrew bets again, and it looks like Jeff might pay him off here. Looks like it's a $40 bet.
Nice value bet on the river here.
And he's going to call. Seat number 3 is going to get paid off with his straight to the 6, to the 8, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And that's the second time, that's what I'll point out here. Andrew made a really nice value bet on the river. A nice $40 bet on the value, on the river. He didn't go 200, he didn't go all in. $40 on the, something that the guy goes 10-8, he goes, okay, I'll pay you, let's see what you got.
You know, something about that 500 game that actually Greg Raymer commented on when he was doing some commentary with me a few months ago is that of all poker players, that game, the people that play in that game, for the most part, are really the top 1 to 2% of No Limit Hold'em players. The people that sit in that game.
Really?
Of the entire population that play poker. I mean, I'm not talking about strictly professionals, but who really is going to sit in that game? Now, of course, you have some people with a lot of money that have come down to have fun. But there aren't a lot of people that are going to be playing in that game.
Well, generally speaking, I'll get to that in a second.
King, 8, queen, 2 spades.
Check around.
Dan has checked his queen here from up front. Let's see if he fires at it. Oh, turns an ace. Kind of scary. Dan in seat 7 has the best hand. It gets checked around again. River's a queen. That's going to give Dan trips. Seat 7.
20.
And nobody else does anything.
And he's going to bet 20, and you're right. He can't get called here.
And I'll say, as you move up in limits, one thing I've found that the higher limits I move up, and as I keep going higher and higher, I find that the players get better, and there's still a lot of really, really bad players. It's just the percentage of bad players is less. You know, you're playing 3-6, maybe 6 of the 9 players are kind of loose and just having a good time. While you play, if you play 40-80, you'll only get 1 or 2 bad players. And the same, obviously.
And Dave, this is going to be our last hand of the night. It's been a good show.
Please say no. How could it be our last hand?
Now look at this. Jeff has picked up pocket aces here. He's to act in seat 9. Ooh, he's going to put a mini raise in there, Dave. A $10 raise.
Passive table, though. The whole table folds. Almost.
And the big blind is going to call, and the underdog guy calls.
He gets a couple of hands in there that are dangerous against aces.
4, 6, 8, 2 spades. 9-10's got a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah.
See how Jeff bets here. It's about a $30 pot. He's going to bet $20.
I like the call out of Dan L there.
Well, the gut shot's going to call.
He's also got a redraw for the flush draw as well.
8 on the turn.
That's a scary card for aces.
This is one of these times, Dave, if we were playing bigger, the guy from up front could maybe put in a stop bet.
Oh,
here.
yeah, without a doubt. 8's are a scary card.
Nothing. We check.
The $90 pot. It's like Jeff's going to fire maybe 40, and he's going to take it. Yeah. Well, everybody, thank you for joining us. Please join us tomorrow night for our $500 minimum, no limit cash game, unrestricted buy-in, 5-10 blind game. Of course, we stream webcasts every Wednesday through Saturday night from 6 o'clock to 10 o'clock Pacific time. For Bart Hansen and David Tuchman, good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.